much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. We will now begin the following order of the day. I will ask the Secretary to please read the vote.
Debate on Vote 3, Provincial Treasury, Western Cape Appropriation Bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I recognise the Honourable Minister Wenger.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, members, residents of the Western Cape. At the beginning of this month, I tabled the Western Cape Provincial Budget for 2024, arguably one of the most difficult budgets ever tabled, because for the first time, we face significant uncertainty caused by cracks forming in the national budget process. Ask any investor, banker, economist, auditor, accountant, or small business owner, and they will tell you that the worst possible thing for any market, stock exchange, currency, and any budget worth its weight is uncertainty. Sadly, in South Africa, this is exactly what we have too much of. We remain far too short on clear, decisive, credible long-term plans to deliver on long-term growth and jobs that we need for a better tomorrow. However, in the midst of uncertainty, what we can count on is that the Western Cape Provincial Treasury continues to excel at ensuring the efficient and effective management of provincial and municipal financial resources, enforcing the management of provincial financial systems, supply chain and movable asset management systems, and promoting strong accountability and good financial governance within our departments, entities, and municipalities. Against the backdrop of national corruption, here in the Western Cape, our provincial treasury team exemplifies what it is at the very core of public service. The work that we do in the Western Cape to enable the delivery of quality services to residents and stretching every available rand, working with determination behind the scenes, they provide critical services to 13 provincial departments, 30 municipalities, along with 11 provincial entities, as well as a provincial parliament and external suppliers. In October, we proudly announced the Western Cape's best audit outcomes in 5 years, with 100% of departments and entities receiving unqualified audits in 2022-23. In the Western Cape, we govern well, and we know that clean governance is not only possible, but fundamental to maximize the services we can deliver to residents. The Western Cape residents can trust that the responsible management of public finances entrusted to our province, led by the Provincial Treasury, is something that drives us to do better and do more every single day. And as we as a collective face ever-increasing demands for public services with an ever-decreasing resource envelope, so too does the Provincial Treasury face rising pressure to provide fiscal and technical support to all our key role players. To support these partners, to ensure that we deliver bang for buck, so that our residents continue to receive the services they rely on and need to live a life that they value, the Provincial Treasury continues to strengthen strategic, evidence-based financial management practices. In pursuit of clear objectives, today we table the main budget for the Provincial Treasury in the amount of 339.7 million rand for the 24-25 financial year. To truly govern for economic growth that creates the thousands of jobs residents need to succeed, we must understand and implement the very best financial systems to further build on our record of good governance and our bedrock of trust and certainty. We must do this because trust and certainty are what enable effective service delivery. And so, because we want all residents to have access to clean water, to hygienic sanitation, and to refuse removal, to safe roads and schools, and to thriving local industries creating jobs that lift people out of poverty and enable us all to look forward to a safer and more prosperous tomorrow, here in the Western Cape, we have placed a premium on good governance. The focus for the 24-25 MTF will be to implement our targeted fiscal strategy to protect basic services, unlock allocative efficiency, enhance productive efficiency, and enable long-run fiscal sustainability. Deputy Speaker, without the dedicated members of Team Finance, in the Provincial Treasury, I know that as a province, our work to move the Western Cape towards and away from declining national economic trends would not be possible. I'm so pleased that Ms. Jalinda Gantana, our province's first female head official of the Treasury, was appointed this month to lead this team to even greater heights. The people who make up our Treasury are our greatest asset, and which is why the compensation of employees budget represents 221.56 million rand, or 65% of the vote's 24-25 budget. The bulk of the work that this department achieves is thanks to the innovative thinking, detailed checking, creative solutions, and sheer hard work of our staff. And in the face of unprecedented in-year cuts and the collapse of the national budget process, while we are reliant on the nationally collected and distributed equitable share for 93% of our funding, it is clearer than ever that before that we need the bright thinkers, the doers, the leaders in Treasury to explore alternative revenue sources so that we can keep building a Western Cape that works for all. In order for our Treasury team to continue supporting the outcomes of this government, the following are allocated. Programme 1, Administration of the Provincial Treasury, has increased by 3 million rand from the 23-24 revised estimate to 60.4 million in 24-25, or by 5.3%, to provide for dedicated capacity to explore alternative revenue sources for the province and more. The allocation for Programme 2, Sustainable Resource Management, has increased by 25.2 million rand to 151.7 million rand in 24-25 to ensure the efficient and effective management of provincial and municipal financial resources. The allocation for Programme 3, Asset Management, receives 79.7 million rand in the next financial year to provide policy direction and to facilitate and enforce the management of provincial financial systems, supply chain and movable asset management within the provincial and municipal spheres, and the allocation of 47.8 million rand in 24-25 Programme 4, Financial Governance, to promote accountability and financial governance in departments, entities and municipalities. Deputy Speaker, our bedrock of trust and certainty means our supply chain processes must be robust yet flexible through enough for ease of doing business with government as a partner. The role of SMMEs as our engines of economic growth cannot be overstated, and our work with these vital entities to procure goods and services, including infrastructure, on the best possible terms to fulfill government's mandate of delivering a better future for our residents remains a central focus in determining the impact of our public expenditure, which must be tangible and not just theoretical. To achieve this, 28.2 million rand will be allocated to SEM, ensuring our processes and systems deliver both bang for buck for residents and pave the way for more efficient, transparent and value-driven procurement landscape within the province. Deputy Speaker, we know that municipalities are at the very coalface of service delivery in the province, and earlier this week, Premier Winde shared the difficulties many residents experience in some municipalities where service delivery is failing. The Provincial Treasury will continue to closely monitor municipal finances and provide advice and support to municipalities facing financial challenges, while supporting growth and development across all municipalities with a particular focus on responding to the energy crisis. That said, we are proud of the relatively strong financial performance of some municipalities in our province and are committed to investing in further strengthening their financial management capability. In support of this priority, 19.76 million rand in 24-25 has been allocated to support municipalities to improve local governance, infrastructure, strategic supply chain management, and integrated financial governance, including the Western Cape Financial Management Capability Grant and the Municipal Financial Recovery Services Grant, to be allocated as and when that support is needed. In the last 2 years, it has been a highlight for me to present to this House the impeccable publications produced by the Provincial Treasury in the Provincial Economic Review and Outlook, the PERO, and the Municipal Economic Outlook and Review, or the MERO. The data gathered and presented in both details the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats present in each local and district, and together these documents empower us to further drive a Western Cape that works for all. And this is why this information is so powerful and important, because it shows us what we need to improve on, what we're doing right, and what other opportunities must be capitalized on to grow our provincial economy and create more jobs. This data is at the core of our data-driven decision-making processes, including municipal planning and budgeting, integrated development plans, and our local economic development strategies. In the 24-25 financial year, we will allocate 2.22 million rand to ensure that this government and its departments, municipalities and officials have the data they need to continue to deliver a better future for the residents of this province. Deputy Speaker, the work of the Provincial Treasury is multidimensional, and the ability of this province to raise revenue is under focus in the year ahead. In addition to the work done by the Treasury to oversee the effective running of the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board, more work is underway to craft legislative amendments affecting the gambling sector. Already, comprehensive work and analysis has gone into ways we can further and responsibly improve the functioning of the gambling sector for the ultimate benefit of residents, as one of the provincial government's only avenues to raise our own revenue. The Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board is set to receive a transfer of 24.6 million rand in the 24-25 financial year. I'd like to express my thanks to the chairperson, Mr. Claude Basterday, and to all the members of the Gambling and Racing Board for their able management of this entity in a rapidly evolving environment. Our innovations extend to the impressive Fiscal Futures project, which will become more and more instrumental to our planning processes as we keep building a Western Cape that works now and into the unknown. A key application of the tool over the MTEF is to estimate the impact of the 2022 census data on the Western Cape's provincial equitable share and its broader fiscal framework. The Fiscal Futures project will begin to run in the 24-25 financial year. It features dashboards for visualizing financial positions, supports scenario planning, and facilitates expenditure risk management. The process will enable us to even better analyze national revenue trends, spending pressures, and provincial revenue projections to better forecast the province's financial position into the future. I plan to share even more about the exciting options that both gambling developments and the Fiscal Futures projects hold in the months to come. Deputy Speaker, as I conclude, I'd like to thank the entire Provincial Treasury team for the support they provide essentially to every person who calls this province home through each of our 30 municipalities, all our departments and our entities. Without the excellent enabling work that this team provides, we would not be able to keep building a Western Cape that really works for all. It therefore gives me great pleasure to present the 2024 main budget for the Provincial Treasury to build trust and certainty in a Western Cape that works for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I now recognise the Honourable Mpondo.
Enkosi Sekela Somlo, Honourable Deputy Speaker, esteemed colleagues and guests, budgets represent the political will of rulers and how they choose against varied options to direct public resources in the interest of those they value most. This has been proven by many scholars of public administration, public policy, and political economy, amongst others. This helps us understand the behavior of the DA members, including chairpersons of standing committees of this House, who play proxy to the executive in the budget process. They rather lead the charge against any dissent, no critique pointed to the budget as quasi-executive members, betraying the very oath of office they took to oversight the executive decisions. It then follows that members are enjoined in a game of thrones, falling backwards and forwards, competing in theatrics to appease the master, and the master blowing his own trumpet to the amusement of many who are supposed to help him be a better leader, but since he pays the piper, he calls the tune, even gaining himself top wooden mic as the best of the West leader in the history of the DA rule in this province. It is this white supremacy and inferiority complex of many in the DA who strive to outdo each other in civility, groveling under the feet of a glorified matriculant, John Steenhuisen, whom even the great and confirmed scholars like the doctors in the DA grovel under. Indeed, we live in crazy times where the intelligent must be silenced so the fools do not get offended. This House received a presentation of a budget proposal and a 339.7 million from MEC Wenga as part of an important stage of public budgeting. This is not to be a tick box exercise, but rather to serve as the main functions of Parliament, which is to discuss and pass the budget. In this context, the Minister of Finance must introduce the budget proposals to the House, which gets to be considered in detail through the relevant parliamentary committees to hold departments accountable and invite submissions from the public, something that this WCPP has been rendered toothless in doing by this DA. This role of Parliament over the budget process as a representative of the people is central in democracies. It is equated, open quote, to one of the first ways in which people challenged the old kings in Europe by refusing to pay tax unless they had a say in how the money would be spent. The origin of the saying, no taxation without representation. Government can only spend money if Parliament approves. In the Economic and Social Affairs Journal of the United Nations titled Citizen Participation and Proper Budgeting, it is reported that South African Council of Churches pointed out that although governance has become more transparent with majority rule, the executive branch still controls the budget tightly. Parliament still cannot amend the budget, but only vote it up or down. Limiting opportunities for parliamentary comment also reduces the role of civil society, which would normally seek to influence the process, principally through interactions with Parliament, close quote. The RSA Constitution 1996 says an act must be passed to allow Parliament to amend money bills. This has not yet been done by this legislature. It is travesty and tragedy that this House has been dismally failed by the chairperson of the Budget Committee to conclude and bring back to this House such an important piece of legislation that gives dignity and authority to this House over how financial resources of this province should be allocated in the interest of its citizens. Of importance is what this procedure to amend money bills would have afforded citizens a direct and more meaningful participation into the budget decisions of the executive. Something my colleagues sitting next to me has always been crying about. In an article titled Money Bills and Provincial Legislatures, an Overview and Update, November 2021, Sean Muller states that, open quote, on the one hand, two crucial functions, basic education and healthcare, are the responsibility of the provincial sphere of government. So expenditure decisions at that level are very relevant to the concerns of many civil society organizations, close quote. The claim of this budget being pro-poor can't be made by elites in their cushy and air-conditioned boardrooms, whilst the very poor is closed outside since there's no official, no institutionalized mechanism to infuse their voice into the budget. These are the pitfalls of the Westminster system, and this WCPP, even with the DA fluke exceptionalism, this Parliament has been tamed and remain a toothless pit bull. This is a clear sign of a clientelist Parliament preoccupied with patron-client model of politics, defined as the exchange of votes for favors over a long period of time among actors with asymmetric power, the clients having little power. We have witnessed the pet projects of this DA government and its premier to appease their donors and woo votes from municipal electricity resilience project, Pick and Pay township stores, Blue Dot, boots on the ground, and as they exit, there's energy kits, job seekers vouchers, G4J, to name a few. Provincial Treasury has been allocated 339.7 million, a 23.3 million from the 2023-24, an increase to 344.2 and 358.4 over the MTEF. How come in the Provincial Treasury, the allocation of only 1.8 million, which is 22.05% decrease from the previous financial year 2023, and of 2.3 million, whilst this government has chosen leaner government approach that is doing more with less, but training as support is reduced. This clearly makes way for dependence on consultants, whose budget has increased by 40.38% and has been on an upward scale from 17.9 million in 2020-21 to 39.22 million in 2024-25. It must further be stated that Program 1 administration has a spike of about 93.8 budget hike for consultants, whilst Program 2 sustainable resource has 57.7%, and program 3 asset management is about 31.7 increase of consultants. A decrease in tax receipts from casino taxes coming from 520.6 million in 2022-23 down to 499.6 in 2023-24 and now 463.2 for 2024-25 must be a cause for concern, Minister. There is also the rollover of unspent funds from the previous 2023-24 of the 2.6 million under financing towards an economic analysis of the potential imposition of taxes charges under the proposed new legislative scheme for casino. It is our firm view that such an analysis should have been done as part of the standard socio-economic impact assessment towards the 2 sets of amendments and the repeal to the Gambling and Racing Act to inform the tax regime and in the new provisions. Also, in the details of public entities table, the total revenue of the Gambling Board records a total revenue of 108.3 million, whilst the same 108.3 million is equals to total expenses, showing a borderline financial situation projected for the rest of the MTEF period. When compared with its previous years from 2021-2022 to 2022-2023, a surplus of 19.7 million is the highest and 12.1 million as the lowest in that period. This ought to be flagged as a priority risk to the mandate of self-reliance by the board, in addition of the litigious environment it operates in, and currently sitting with an undeclared liability as per its 2023-24 audited financial report. A 3 million is set aside for a technical review of the current procurement system towards reforming the supply chain management with overarching goal to achieve value for money outcomes, optimal cost effectiveness and efficiency, and nothing about redress or equity as per the principle of the PPPFA and social economic rights as enshrined in the Bill of Rights. The DA position stands on the side of protecting interest of the privileged, and such is reiterated in its stance not to support the procurement bill with the same reasons espoused in the submissions of many industry and professional bodies that laments encroachment to provincial and municipal autonomy, questioning set-asides and meaning of targeted procurement. The people of the Western Cape have woken up to the DA and its chaperones talk out of both sides of their mouths. And come 29 May 2024, there will be no Zilleville to hide, as you will be rudely thrown off the stage, as the Blue Lullaby has long been ejected. The ANC rejects this budget vote. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognise the Honourable Bronckhuyst.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and good afternoon again to all the colleagues. Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. The Western Cape province remains the epicenter of inequality, and Al-Jamaa rejects research by Westgrow that the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war is having a negative impact on key economic inputs and metrics in commodity prices. We see industrial and development taking place in upmarket areas, whilst the conditions in underprivileged areas are mainly ignored. The spiraling crime and gangsterism problems are not efficiently acted on, and this has a serious negative impact on local businesses as well as the safety and security of residents. The province boasts about having the highest employment rate in the country, but part of this so-called highest employment rate includes piecemeal and contract jobs. The province needs to invest into creating decent and permanent work, which would alleviate poverty and cause a dent in the inequality levels existing in the Western Cape. Treasury must plow more where the needs are far greater. I thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognise the Honourable Murray.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Today, I address you to discuss the vital role of the Provincial Treasury in our government system. Amidst a dynamic political and economic environment, this speech focuses on how the Provincial Treasury, a key but often understated component of our governance, ensures transparent and efficient financial management. Through its diligent oversight and unwavering dedication to accountability, the Provincial Treasury forms the cornerstone of our government's integrity as well as credibility. The entire Western Cape government, including all its departments and entities, have received unqualified audits for the last financial year. In fact, it is the only province to achieve this. That means that money isn't finding its way into the pockets of corrupt politicians as it is elsewhere in the country. And also, we are ensuring that each cent is accounted for, meaning that more money is available to spend on tangible investment and crucial service delivery. In this way, better financial management leads to direct, better service delivery, and that is due to the Provincial Treasury's brilliant work. Over the years, the Provincial Treasury has not only fulfilled its duties, but has excelled in developing robust, innovative systems and tools for financial management. These advancements have streamlined our processes, ensuring that resources are allocated and used most effectively. The Treasury's foresight in adopting and refining these systems has set a high standard for fiscal management, serving as a benchmark for other departments as well as provinces. The successes of the Provincial Treasury has a direct and profound impact on service delivery. By optimizing our financial management, more funds are made available where they are needed most. This means better schools. It means better healthcare facilities. It also means enhanced public services, which are tangible benefits that touch the lives of our residents daily. This is a testament to the department's efficiency, ensuring that our province sees a consistent improvement in the quality of service delivery. However, we face challenges that threaten to undermine this progress. These challenges include the ANC-sponsored procurement bill, which my committee has opposed and which poses a risk to the principles of clean governance that put PT up on its pedestal. This bill, if passed, could reverse the good work done by PT, introducing complexities as well as loopholes that will be exploited for corrupt practices. We must safeguard the integrity of our procurement processes and ensure that they remain transparent and accountable. In contrast with these ANC policies, which have led to corruption as well as mismanagement in areas under their governance, the Western Cape is moving towards a future that values transparency, accountability, as well as efficiency. The difference in these governance styles and outcomes is stark, and it is our commitment to continue this path of responsible governance. As a representative of the Democratic Alliance, I proudly support this budget. We believe in the principles and strategies outlined in PT's plan and are confident in the allocation of funds' ability to reflect our commitment to efficient and effective governance. The 2024-25 main budget, set at 339.7 million rand, reflects an increase of 7.38% from the previous adjustment budget. This increase is a positive indication of our commitment to enhancing our financial capabilities and services despite the many challenges that we do face. Most notably, substantial increase in Sustainable Resource Management Program by nearly 20% signifies its dedication to sustainable practices and long-term resource management. However, we are mindful of the cuts to asset management and financial government programs. While these reductions pose potential risks imposed on us by national fiscal mismanagement, they also challenge us to innovate and maintain high standards, even in the face of fiscal constraints. Their, namely Provincial Treasury's track record, shows us that they are more than capable of performing optimally under tough conditions. The budget presents both opportunities and risks. On the one hand, the near consistent budget allocation compared to the previous year before in-year cuts indicates stability and allows for the continuation of vital programs. On the other hand, we must be vigilant and proactive in addressing the potential risks posed by budget cuts, especially in key areas such as asset management as well as financial governance. The Provincial Treasury remains a pillar of strength and efficiency in our government structure. As we face new challenges and embrace opportunities, our commitment to maintain and improving our financial management systems becomes more crucial than ever. The success we have achieved is not just for today, but it is an investment in the future of our province, ensuring sustainable growth and development. In the wake of potential risks, such as the procurement bill and severe budgetary cuts and constraints, our resolve is tested. It is during these times that the true value of the Provincial Treasury's work is highlighted. Our response to these challenges must be guided by the principles of transparency, accountability, and efficiency, the very principles that have led us to success so far. The increase in the provincial equitable share allocation by 14.3% from the previous year is a testament to our government's confidence in fiscal management. It reflects trust placed in us to use these funds effectively for the benefit of our communities. This increase, along with overall allocation, will ensure that we continue to deliver high-quality services to our citizens. It is essential to acknowledge the budget cuts to programs 3 and 4, namely asset management and financial governance, do not signify a decrease in their importance. Rather, they represent a call to innovate and optimize our resources. The Provincial Treasury has consistently demonstrated its ability to adapt and thrive under circumstances that are challenging, and I do not doubt that they'll continue to do so. As we look towards the future, let's remember the importance of fiscal responsibility, not just as a policy, but as a culture within government. The Provincial Treasury has been instrumental in cultivating this culture, providing support and guidance to local governments and ensuring best practices are implemented as well as followed. This collaborative approach is crucial in ensuring that all levels of government work towards a common goal, namely efficient service delivery and fiscal sustainability. I'd like to echo Minister Wenger in saying that the role of Provincial Treasury in supporting and guiding other departments cannot be overstated. Through its oversight and through its advisory functions, the Provincial Treasury ensures that each department operates within its means while maximizing its impact. This role is particularly important in times of economic uncertainty, where prudent fiscal management becomes even more crucial. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to reiterate my gratitude to the staff of Provincial Treasury for their unwavering and exceptional work under the pioneering leadership of Minister Murray Wenger and newly appointed HOD, Jalinda Gantana. I also want to thank my committee for their collective efforts in ensuring meaningful oversight and empowering residents. I've lost count of the number of interviews that we've sat in. I've lost count of the number of meetings that we've had, stakeholder engagements, and I would like to name Member Nkontlo, thank you for your work. Member Brinkhuis, thank you for your work. Member van der Westhuizen, thank you for your work. And also Member Selenko, thank you for your work. It really, really does mean a lot to the residents of the Western Cape province. And additionally, I would like to recognize the procedural staff, namely Ms. Zahida Adams, who always goes above and beyond to ensure that we really do the best for public engagement and in terms of legislative work. Her work is invaluable and her contributions even more so. And then also I would like to thank the very, very supportive Democratic Alliance staff, namely Ms. Kay Neetling and Mr. Robert Moore. Thank you for your unwavering support. Thank you for your dedication. And thank you for truly driving freedom, fairness, and opportunity for all. It has been a singular privilege to serve as the Standing Committee Chair for Finance, Economic Opportunities and Tourism, and to also have been elected as one of the youngest people and women to serve in this hall. Thank you. To my colleagues and the citizens of the Western Cape, I assure you that the support of this budget is grounded in a belief in its potential, apologies, I'm a little bit emotional, in its belief and its potential to bring about positive change and continued progress. We must ensure its implementation so that each rand continues to be spent wisely and effectively. In the words of Tata Madiba, money won't create success, the freedom to make it will. So let us use this budget not just as a financial plan, but as a blueprint for freedom, for growth and prosperity. Let us work together to ensure that the Western Cape continues to set a standard of good governance and fiscal responsibility in South Africa. Deputy Speaker, the DA supports this budget.
Thank you very much, Honourable Murray. I now recognise the Honourable Minister Wenger.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and thanks very much to the honourable members that participated in this debate. Let me respond to some of the comments made on the comments on the money amendment bill from Honourable Nkondlo. Thanks very much for those comments. That is something that must be done in order to realise those provisions of the Constitution. I also understand that a lot of work has been done in progressing this legislation, which most provinces have found quite difficult to achieve. And I know that much work has been done here over the last term to make sure that any legislation in this regard can be done properly. Then to Honourable Brinkhuis, who called the Western Cape the, quote, epicenter of inequality, I'd like to put on record that this is absolutely incorrect. In fact, the opposite is true. Inequality is measured by the Gini coefficient and is measured between 0 and 1. It is not our measure, it is an independent measure. All provinces are measured, as is South Africa. And I can tell this House that the Western Cape inequality decreased according to the Gini coefficient between 2018 and 2022 to 0.59 points. What does this mean? It means the Western Cape has the lowest inequality in South Africa, and we are progressively improving the lives of residents. And the member's doing a disservice by perpetuating untruths, because the facts speak for themselves, independent facts. On consultant spend, these relate primarily to GRAP training, VAT consultants, alternative finance, data warehousing, expenditure reviews, the PERA and MERO, which I'm sure honourable members will agree are worthy private projects. The Provincial Treasury runs a lean machine and makes use of consultants and experts in their field to help us improve policies and processes when needed. If only the ANC would listen to experts on energy and health and water, etc. In closure, I'd like to express my thanks to both standing committees on finance and on the budget, to the chairpersons, Honourable Bartman and Honourable Murray, as well as to the members of those two committees. Thank you for excellently conducting your work as overseers and as legislators. Thank you for your often constructive critique and questions, and in particular to the members of the opposition who very often ask challenging questions and keep us on our toes and with food for thought. That is much appreciated, Honourable Nkondlo and Honourable Mvimbi. I'd also like to express my thanks to members of the Budget Policy Committee, to the Premier, Minister Bradell, the Director General, HOD Paulson. We've navigated some very uncertain waters this year, and your strategic support is much appreciated. My gratitude goes to my Cabinet colleagues in each of the departments, HODs and CFOs, who embody the values of the Western Cape Government and who work together under the leadership of the Premier to tackle the shock we got to our budgets, and despite tough trade-offs, to ensure that our ship continues to sail towards our North Stars of jobs, safety, well-being, innovation and governance, good governance. As we wrap up this term, the Western Cape Provincial Parliament must be acknowledged as an exemplary leader of parliamentary practice in South Africa. Without fail, this legislature has ensured that our budgets are considered and deliberated upon before the start of every financial year, no matter what. Whether during the time of COVID or times of budget uncertainty, this Western Cape legislature works. Thanks to you, Deputy Speaker, and to the Speaker, to the Secretary, and the many committed officials who prove every day what a working legislature is capable of. Having had the privilege to serve this Parliament for a decade, and as this Parliament's Chief Whip for 3 years, I had the opportunity to understand and deeply appreciate the often unseen engines, the late hours, and the tremendous knowledge of international best practice that makes the efficient running of this provincial parliament possible. Thank you very much to the WCPP. I herewith table vote 3, Provincial Treasury.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I'm going to just allow a minute or two, Honourable Minister, for the guests to leave, and if there are further guests for the next vote. Ready? You ready? Okay. Thank you very much. We are going to now read the next order. May I ask the Secretary to please proceed?
Debate on Vote 12, Economic Development and Tourism, Western Cape Appropriation Bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I recognize the Honourable Minister Wenger.
Thank you again, Deputy Speaker, members and residents. It was Lewis Carroll who said that if you don't know where you're going, any road will do. And here in the Western Cape, we do know where we're going because not any road will do. Every day, every month, and every year, we take determined action to enable the growth of the Western Cape economy so that we can play our part in building a Western Cape that works for all, and so that more and more people from across our province, country, and world can enjoy our exceptional destination and province. We are hard at work to grow jobs for all because we know that with action, with strategic planning and expert execution, we take more steps forward to creating a future full of hope, of opportunity in our province where our people have what they need to succeed. Because we know that when our people succeed, so will this province and so will the whole of South Africa. And so it gives me great pleasure to table before this House the 2024 main budget for the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, a department which sits at the very center of many of our programs to grow jobs and grow our economy in every corner of the province and reach every resident in the province so that we can enable the private sector from small, medium and micro enterprises, particularly in the township and informal economy, to our larger investors to all thrive. We'll continue to push forward, guided by our Economic Action Plan, Growth for Jobs, so we can enable breakout economic growth and a R1 trillion jobs-rich, inclusive, sustainable, diverse and thriving provincial economy that's growing at between 4 and 6% in real terms by 2035. We will work to entice more and more tourists to visit our world-class destination, helping to spread economic benefits and job creation across the length and breadth of the Western Cape. And we will work for you, the residents of the Western Cape, to build a better future for all. And Deputy Speaker, we have every reason to continue to push forward to keep building a Western Cape that works for all, because we've seen the positive impact that our programs are having on the economy and on job creation in the province. The Western Cape is a province where more people have jobs. The Western Cape has the lowest unemployment rate in South Africa at 20.4%. And those that don't have a job yet have not given up on finding a job because they know that more than any other province in South Africa, it is the Western Cape that they have the best chance of finding a job. In fact, between Q4 of 2019 and Q4 of 2023, 4 out of 5 net jobs created in South Africa were created right here in the Western Cape. 4 out of 5. These achievements have not happened by chance. luck or by wishing. These jobs help our residents succeed as the result of determined action. Having the lowest unemployment rate in the country, the lowest expanded unemployment rate, the highest absorption rate, and the highest labour force participation rate in South Africa is the result of determined action, meticulous planning, and data-led and evidence-based policy making. It's proof of what can be achieved when we work with private sector partners. I'm greatly encouraged to see that the private sector agrees that this province is far more business friendly than South Africa and all other provinces. This is borne out by the latest RMB BER Business Confidence Index, which showed a 3-point uptick in the Western Cape's Business Confidence Index from Q4 of 2023 to Q1 of 2024, improving from 37 points to 40 points. Remember this number, 40 out of a possible 100. This is the third consecutive increase in the Western Cape's Business Confidence Index and the longest sustained increase in private sector confidence since 2018. It is telling that the Western Cape Business Confidence Index far exceeds provincial counterparts, Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal, who are at 23 and 18 points respectively for this period. The Western Cape is showing resilience to national challenges, clearly shown by the divergence from the declining national trend. The same kind of trend can also be seen in our very impressive tourism numbers. Without a doubt, we know where we are going, and the Western Cape is a destination in demand. I, as many of you, have also celebrated the significant awards that streamed in last year, which include Cape Town being voted as the greatest city on earth and South Africa as the greatest country on earth by the UK's 2023 Telegraph Travel Awards. According to the 36th edition of Condé Nast Reader's Choice Awards, which celebrates excellence in global tourism and hospitality, 14 out of 15, that's 93% of the best hotels in Eastern and Southern Africa are based right here in the Western Cape. The World Travel Awards Africa also crowned 8 Western Cape-based tourism and hospitality as winners, including Cape Town International Airport as Africa's leading airport for 2023. The cruise terminal at the Port of Cape Town is Africa's leading cruise port, and Pazula Nature Hotel and Spa is Africa's leading sports resort, just to name a few. This is on top of Air Access, powered by Westgro, which since 2015 has landed 10 new African destinations into Cape Town, including Addis Ababa, Harare, Victoria Falls, Maun, Maputo, Livingston, Kigali, Nairobi, and since June last year to Eswatini and Lusaka. This brings the total cross-border African destinations served out of Cape Town to 15, with 11 operating airlines in addition to the province's other global destinations. The small but excellent Air Access team recently won the coveted Roots World Destination Award for a second year in a row. These awards amplify the province's reputation as a destination of choice for international tourists in every category. And our tourism numbers speak plainly, from the fantastic recovery of the tourism sector, which has now surpassed pre-pandemic levels, through to Cape Town International Airport processing the most number of passengers ever, with a record-breaking 317,000 passengers in December of 2023, to 2.8 million two-way international passengers passing through the airport in 2023. The latest data shows that for every 100 international tourists to the Western Cape, 2.1 million rand in direct tourist spend is generated, contributing 500,000 rand to the provincial gross domestic product and enabling 2 local jobs and supporting the movement of 1.4 million rand worth of air cargo. None of these record-breaking achievements have happened by chance, and none are possible without the love and hard work of our local tourism industry, the curiosity and trust of our precious tourists, and the determination of this department, its entities and partners. It's the result of coordinated, collaborative, and very purposeful plans, followed by action, despite severe binding constraints, mainly due to national government inaction and failures, which has led to crumbling national infrastructure, crippling load shedding, a broken visa regime, and a job-killing logistics crisis. Deputy Speaker, we know we're on the right path to growth, and it means we are meticulously planning with deep local understanding, because we know that with jobs comes dignity, hope, and the promise of a better future for every person across this province, most especially the poor and the vulnerable, and those residents outside of our main hub in Cape Town, which is why we'll continue to focus strategically on creating opportunities through investment, stimulating market growth through exports and domestic markets, improved access to economic opportunities and employability, with a focus on entrepreneurship and skills development, while protecting consumers in line with our legislative mandate and continuing to make sure that it is as easy as possible to do business in the Western Cape. To do this, a total of 480.24 million rand will be allocated to DDAT in 24-25. We are driving growth opportunities through investment, which has resulted in an estimated 3,075 jobs enabled through inward foreign direct investment. And between 2019 and 2022, the SMME Booster Fund assisted 920 businesses. We know how hard it is for SMMEs to keep running when the power is turned off. And so DDAT has supported 56 businesses through demand-driven responses in the Municipal Energy Resilience Initiative, including installing solar PV systems at trading hubs across the province, in Drakenstein at Arensness, at Wamkelekile in Villersdorp, in Laingsburg, Oudtshoorn, Mossel Bay at Dalmeda, and Kwanokaba. We are working to keep the lights on for small businesses, particularly in townships. We are also hard at work stimulating market growth through exports, including tourism, as another vital aspect of boosting economic growth that will create jobs. It's impressive to see the value of our exports increase by 12%, from 166 billion rand in 2021 to 186 billion rand in 2022. And the trade agreements secured by our Trade, Investment and Tourism Promotion Agency, Westgrow, reached a total value of 3.14 billion rand, resulting in 906 direct jobs during the 22-23 financial year. To enable the growth of our tourism sector, DDAT registered an astounding 1,500 individuals as tourist guides and trained 89 tourist guides in 22-23. This is on top of supporting 139 beneficiaries with tourism safety services in 22-23 and an estimated 300 in the 23-24 financial year. And so, to continue our work to enable a thriving provincial economy, integrated economic development services, including enterprise development, regional and local economic development, economic empowerment, and red tape reduction programs, will receive an allocation of 44.6 million rand in the 24-25 financial year. For our trade and sector development programs, including trade and investment promotion and sector development, we will allocate 92.88 million rand in the 24-25 financial year. This is a 10 million rand or 12.5% increase, mainly related to the provision of support to assist firms to increase the value of exported products from the Western Cape, and the implementation of the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan and the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism studies. Westgrow's Cape Trade Portal, which serves as an online marketplace and export resource centre, and which now hosts 1,361 Western Cape exporters, 330 international buyers, and 6,150 products, and is growing every day. To continue our work to increase exports and increase the rand value of investment, to improve the ease of doing business, and to boost resource resilience of our economy, the Economic Planning Programme will receive 98.7 million rand in the 24-25 financial year. And finally, for the Tourism, Arts and Entertainment Programme, aimed at facilitating the growth of a safe and thriving tourism industry, which I've already shared so many wonderful accolades, we'll allocate 73.63 million rand in the 24-25 financial year, primarily to fund the destination marketing activities with Westgrow. Speaker, another way in which we work to enable the private sector is making sure that we have a growing pool of talent. So we know we are going in the right direction for future generations too. Without skills, economic growth is not possible, and we cannot hope to take full advantage of the immense potential of our economy if we do not invest in the right qualifications, the right skills, and the right experience for jobs available now and jobs of the future. We know that our people are some of the warmest and hardest working in the world, which is why DDAT works hard with various partners and stakeholders across all levels of government, as well as international partners through our skills development programs to create more opportunities to upskill our young people in particular. In 2022-23, almost 5,000 unemployed persons were transitioned into employment opportunities, as well as an estimated 4,200 young people so far in 23-24 through our skills programs. Over the same period, our skills program has leveraged an impressive 201 million rand for skills development interventions in the 22-23 financial year by working with other levels of government and the private sector, and an estimated 60 million rand in 2023-24. But it's not good enough to only share the successes and what we know works well, because while we're hard at work enabling the private sector to do what they do best, creating and growing jobs in our economy, the reality is that we're equally hard at work to remove some of the barriers to their growth. And so we will continue our work to dramatically increase efficiency at the Port of Cape Town so that our sought after and proudly Western Cape goods can reach our key markets. This includes increasing the capacity within the department to bolster its current work in coordinating the logistics value chain, including providing support to address the immediate challenges in the port, through the port dashboard, through research relating to port performance, as well as the broader logistics strategy in the province. Our red tape reduction unit continues to achieve notable successes in ripping up unnecessary bureaucracy that bogs businesses down. In the 22-23 financial year, this impressive unit implemented 19 improvement measures to business-facing government services in 2022-23, resolving 91% of business support cases in the same year. One of the most important enablers that this unit works on is unblocking visa applications that are stuck in the National Home Affairs system, so that many more people can know with certainty that they can visit South Africa and the Western Cape, where they are warmly welcomed to attend weddings, film adverts, series and movies, and hire our talented crews to exchange skills and ideas with our growing tech and investor sectors and visit one of the greatest places on earth. Examples include assisting 22 Chinese current and future clients with their visa applications to meet with a top-ranked Cape Town-based architectural design firm that employs over 300 people and which has architectural projects in nearly 100 countries and 200 cities worldwide. The unit also assisted another international client with their application so they could spearhead and facilitate a training program on behalf of a leading international hotel group for team members from more than 35 hotels across South Africa. The approval of the e-visa will ensure the transfer of skills to local employees, contributing to the personal development and growth of the hotel's employees, job creation and retention in South Africa, and securing vast international investment to ensure our hospitality industry can continue to deliver globally competitive services. And Speaker, this unit also assisted the USA Masters cricket team by working to unblock their visa applications so that the team could participate in the International Masters Cricket Over 40s Cricket World Cup that was held in Cape Town earlier this month, ensuring that the team could enjoy the wonders of the Western Cape and boosting the economic benefits of event tourism. And finally, Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to report that I have now formally established the Western Cape Consumer Affairs Tribunal and appointed its members. Consumer protection is an important matter the world over and ensures fair and responsible treatment of customers and ensures that customers can make informed decisions when purchasing and using products and services. The tribunal will be tasked with the adjudication of alleged unfair business practices that the Office of the Consumer Protector has investigated. The tribunal will therefore act as a decision-making body and will be able to evaluate evidence submitted by the Office of the Consumer Protector, the businesses, individuals, or organizations involved in the proceedings. The Western Cape Consumer Affairs Tribunal is therefore an important institution that will ensure that the rights of Western Cape consumers are enforced and protected. Chaired by Ms. Lizanne Fenter, I wish her and all members well in their important work for fairness in this province. Deputy Speaker, the people of the Western Cape have seen firsthand the rewards of our purposeful actions towards enabling a thriving, jobs-rich, diverse, sustainable and thriving economy. We know where we are going, and we will keep on our road to economic prosperity by working day and night, especially for the poor and the most vulnerable in our province, for jobs and a thriving, growing economy that is brimming with hope and opportunity. With the budget allocated to DDAT, we will continue on our determined path for growth and jobs for all, because we have even more work to do to lift people out of poverty, to increase opportunities for our residents, and to deliver a better future for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I now recognise the Honourable Nkondo.
Nkosi wakhona, Sekela Somlomo. Honourable Deputy Speaker, esteemed colleagues and guests, on the occasion of this parliamentary sitting, allow me to applaud and welcome the passing of the Companies Amendment Bill B27/2023 that will require listed companies and SOEs to publicly disclose the wage gaps between the highest and lowest earners in their annual reports. This clause and other gender empowerment clauses in the legislation will help gender economic empowerment advocates to access disaggregated data on gender wage gap, inclusion of women in leadership positions. A conversation, you would recall, Deputy Speaker, was held some years ago under your leadership in this August House with data that demonstrate the problem that still persists in our labor market. This is a great milestone in the history of our democracy. And whilst the DA, Freedom Front Plus and ACDP did not support this amendment, and we say to them, as you slumber in the ultra-right wing tendencies and sell out to the white establishment, let's tell you for free, the train is moving. The ANC government and South Africans are well on their way to redress the imbalances and brick by brick resetting the apartheid and its patriarchal architecture. And so we hail Malibongwe. Never again in our lifetime that women will be paid salaries of a lesser value for the same work just because they are women. Deputy Speaker, today we're here to review and debate the budget proposals presented by the Minister to evaluate its suitability for our present circumstances and beyond. Let us look into the reality behind this budget and whether it truly serves the needs of all citizens, especially the poor and marginalized. In an article titled Global Economy Set for Weakest Half-Decade Performance in 30 Years, it held that as the world nears the midpoint of what was intended to be a transformative decade for development, the global economy is set to rack up a sorry record by the end of 2024, which is the slowest half-decade of GDP growth in 30 years. Deputy Speaker, due to the tightest financial conditions in decades, slow growth in the majority of big economies, and sluggish global trade, the medium-term prognosis has become more bleak or dark for many developing economies, including South Africa. Global growth is projected to slow for the third year in a row from 2.6% last year to 2.4% in 2024, almost 3/4 of a percentage point below the average of the 2010s. Developing economies are projected to grow just 3.9%, more than 1 percentage point below the average of the previous decade. After a disappointing performance last year, low-income countries should grow 5.5%, weaker than previously expected. By the end of 2024, people in about one out of every 4 developing countries and about 40% of low-income countries will still be poorer than they were on the eve of the COVID pandemic in 2019. In advanced economies, meanwhile, growth is set to slow to 1.2% this year from 1.5 in 2023. This report and others reveal the dangers of a post-pandemic austerity shock, which is far more premature and severe than the one that followed the global financial crisis. The report goes on to present the instances of 189 countries identified by the IMF where 2025 budget cuts will take place and debt payments of more than 1.2 billion. I highlight these reports as they reveal a conclusive reality in which South Africans have to contend with in relation to global factors of our economic outlook. The DA plays proxy, shouting loud in donating South African sovereignty and its domestic interest to the approval of their handlers, the conservatives and right wings in the US, in Israel, and countries of the West. We have brought ourselves to this point away from slavery, colonial and apartheid rule, and we will never allow Imikovu to offer our country and its economy as a dowry for recolonization and subjugation under the guise of foreign direct investment. We are equal partners in the practice of foreign policy, driven by our domestic interest, whilst respecting the international common and collective good. Another fault-tongue budget of the DA talking out of both sides of their blue mouth. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, an amount of 45.3 billion has been allocated for growth for jobs over the 2024 MTEF budget. I'm not sure, MEC, whether you have seen, I will share with you, there's an article in Cape Times today that says, titled Security Companies Scramble to Save 337 Jobs. It is alleged there is an irregular and unlawful exclusion of the applicants from tender processes, which may jeopardize 337 jobs. I'm hoping through the G4J you will be able to try and save such jobs. Further, you spoke about Western Cape and Cape Town being the best tourism destination. I raised this matter during the State of the Province address, and almost my head was chopped off by the Deputy Chief Whip of the ruling party when I expressed a concern of the tales of two cities, that as we celebrate the achievements of this province, which is something that we do not deny, where there is positive and progress in the province, but we should caution you colleagues where you believe that the only facts is only those facts that are yours. And any experience outside of yourself, if you happen to go to Kailicha and you meet a Nandi, you believe based on the fact that such a Nandi will actually cleanse your conscience, you then believe that if a Nomi goes in the same Kailicha and meet a Tabiso, and Tabiso has got a different experience to Nandi, then it means, such an experience of Tabiso must then, be delegitimized. This is something that we must caution you, colleagues, because these things that we raise here, we are equal to you as public reps, and we go to communities who've got the trust in us to bring these issues into this house. And when we do that, we do them in good faith in raising these matters, and yourselves, we've got responsibility to ensure that you heed the call and stop looking at us as your opponents, because you try so hard to be perfect. We have not seen any person that is perfect, because even Jesus Christ, who was perfect, who came in this planet, unfortunately, he got himself to be thrown with stones by the same human beings. So I think I just want to caution you with this exceptionalism that you want to always try and present in this house. I'm raising this because Waibala, an artist well known in the country from PE in Gordons Bay, and I shared this with you. I shared it with the chairperson of the standing committee. I shared it with the premier. Was called a kafir in the same, and a domestic tourist who are trying to come and enjoy the very Cape Town that you are saying is applauded to be the best. How it would be a best to Zwaibala and his family, who is South African and comes to this particular province. So you must also take into cognizance of the plight of the people like Zwaibala, who, based on the color of their skin, in the same province under your leadership, they are still called, you know, some use hate speech against them because they believe that this particular part of the country, you know, is a privilege to themselves. So I am still waiting on your response, MEC, around this particular matter. I must say, in your growth for jobs, which is an interesting revelation by yourselves as you exit this administration, the question is, what have you been doing in your portfolio for these 5 years for only to come up with a strategy and a budget of the growth for jobs only at the tail end of the term? This proves what we have been raising about this department of implementing a myriad of boutique projects that are not centered to any strategic goal and thus remain a very expensive keep busy. This is the legacy of the Premier as the MEC and his hoax township revitalization strategy failed Pick and Pay Township Stores project at a cost of more than 20 million of taxpayers' money. He made a daring announcement in this house, then boasting of launching these stores, and only to run away when this not so well thought experience became a disaster and left Black women in the townships of the Cape Flats highly indebted and worse off from a venture that was joked by this DA government. We are grateful to SCOPA that this matter has been confirmed as within mandate of SCOPA to investigate, even in the next administration, to hold accountable those who were part of this scam. It is this ghost township revitalization strategy that never existed, but was just an announcement of Minister Windy in the same portfolio you are in at the time. On numerous occasions, we asked for a copy and never finished with any, as we were told. It remained perpetually under review. We must recognize and thank your leadership and that of HOD that at least you have managed to reorientate and reposition at least this department to have a strategy that hones the work that it does and coordinates it so that at least you can be able to measure it against some strategic outcomes. In the 5 years when this announcement has been made, again, what is a concern which I've raised in the committee is that there is no clarity about the township nor broader informal economy cited as priority or pillars of the strategy. This is even against, once again, Mero repeatedly demonstrating that informal economy is amongst the sectors that is actually registering positive growth and jobs. Instead, in the Blue Book, page 606, the department boldly states under the section Main Services and Core Functions that the primary focus of the G4J strategy is the enablement of private sector-led economic growth through creating a business environment conducive for growth. In the same paragraph, the department places key focus areas using words repeatedly like enable private sector-led economic growth twice and support private sector-led economic growth. In page 617, under export priority focus area, West Grow Export Program is stated to follow as one of its key deliverables a focus on trade support for larger companies in the Western Cape. No mention of SMMEs, no informal sector till you get to enterprise development, as that is what this DA-led department believes SMMEs qualifies for, and township economy is only mentioned as sub-priority under employability priority. We must hasten to inform you, Minister, that SMMEs and township entrepreneurs, including rural town businesses, do want to participate in the mainstream and also export programs meaningfully, not as a charity case to just attend exhibitions and fairs, but to be equally supported as this department and its entity is heavily invested in trade and export promotion for big business. We have raised the issue of red tape and compliance burden of municipalities. Whilst we recognize what you have done to do permits for films and events, and we are asking that the same energy is invested for permitting regime that is very much easy and actually accessible for informal traders that are harassed on a day-to-day basis, trying to live in the municipalities. We must inquire, Minister, what is the baseline performance can you place to the South African citizens as residents of this province about the record of delivery? It is in the last administration, I must say, under the Premier, again, as former minister in the portfolio, where a provincial strategic goal, PSG, with provincial strategic priorities was brandished as the magic wand for job creation and growth. Let me give you the numbers. PSG set a target of 318,000 jobs in 2014, up to 597,000 by 2019. But at the end of the fifth administration, only 331,514 jobs were recorded as per the annual reports and APP and the payroll information. The same PSG promised to deliver 200 artisans and technical qualifications in 2014, up to 10,000 by 2019. And only to achieve 400 artisan candidates, 135 graduates in systems and business analysis, including 400 youth in ICT Propel program. DDET at the time promised 6,000 jobs to be facilitated from committed investment between 2015 to 20, and instead only achieved 4,793, and on skills set a target of 1,000 artisan and technical skills qualification and only to achieve 119. This overwhelming underachievement must be recalled so to alert the South African citizens in the Western Cape of the promises versus deliver of the DA government, especially under Premier Alan Winde, who seemed to lead by promises. We further recall this performance history to ensure smart target setting and planning away from IHABA leveled. Also, we caution this department and advise, as we did through the research work we did through the research unit of the WCPP, not of the ANC, early in this administration, to recommend and advise that the department must build capacity to monitor job numbers against the very strategic economic sectors being identified in the G4J, but also build data sources to verify and authenticate the data to support the claim of this province job creation from direct programs of this government and department versus other non-related economic activities of the economy. This attitude reflects and displays what was highlighted in the budget debate on Monday, confirming what Professor Ditton speaks about in his article when he makes the point that indeed economics are in disarray. He shares his thoughts on how wealth is being redistributed into today's society. He explains that instead of money moving from the rich to the poor, as we might expect, it often seems to go the other way, from the poor to the rich. This is a reflection on the changing dynamics of wealth distribution. And when we make the noise, MEC, all you are asking is that the G4J must be one of the turnaround to try and ensure equitable wealth distribution so that also those that are on the periphery of the economy are able to participate, and on their own, they can also be able to claim achievements. We remain steadfast in our call for this department to be intentional about driving an inclusive economy agenda that elevates the informal economy, townships and small rural towns as key drivers of economic development. We do not support this vote.
Thank you very much, Honourable Nkondlo. I now recognise the Honourable Kasim.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Western Cape has the potential to eradicate poverty and unemployment, and to do that, it will need an effective government that understands the needs of our people at large. Deputy Speaker, Western Cape has thousands of businesses which are currently operating in the informal sector. Majority of these businesses exist for purposes of subsistence of the owners, which is to barely put food on the table and nothing more. Deputy Speaker, majority of the owners of these businesses are normally not trained in the field of business. The business cannot employ anyone else other than its owner. However, this must change, and the change must come in the form of government empowerment of these businesses. Deputy Speaker, if government can do that, if government can do its job, then job creation will not only be associated with big businesses and foreign direct investments, but it will be home cultivated through the empowerment of small businesses. What is needed is the formalization of these informal businesses and training of their personnel. Western Cape needs government programs which will begin by training informal business owners, assist them to register their businesses, and then introduce sustainable funding, which is business owners can apply for for the businesses after granting them funding. Deputy Speaker, the reason why programs such as Pick and Pay modernization program fails in the Western Cape is due to the lack of proper oversight and guidance over these businesses once funding has been provided to them. Oversight over these businesses should run between 12 to 24 months, depending on the needs of each business. And this is where government must be active, because as things stand now, government, though it's through its public-private sector partnership, introduce funding to these startup businesses and then leave them on their own while setting them for failure in the process. So that when they fail, government can turn around and say poor people cannot run businesses, so we must close up shop. Deputy Speaker, the formalization of informal businesses in the province has the potential to create more job opportunities and to add to the country's gross domestic product. We need businesses which will begin by being informal and end up as exporters of goods and services to the world. And this is only possible if the provincial government can stretch out a helping hand. In conclusion, before that happens, Deputy Speaker, the EFF will not be supporting this vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kassim. I now recognize the Honourable Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Whilst few of us in this room will argue the point that the national government has been plagued by corruption and that this has adversely affected the entire country, the DA-led provincial government tries to justify all of its own failures on the incompetence of the national government. They try to lay claim to all successes, even when the national department has been instrumental in the success they claim as their own. A good example of this is when the provincial government lays claim to the employment opportunities that are created by the increasing numbers of tourists that walk through customs at Cape Town International Airport. The truth is that the National Tourism Department, led by good party leader Patricia de Lille, has been instrumental in an actual fact has spearheaded the campaign that has seen the increased number of visitors, not only in the Western Cape, but in cities across South Africa. The fact that the city of Cape Town might have seen more of its share of those numbers is more attributable to God and Mother Nature than the provincial government and the city of Cape Town can lay credit for. It stands to reason that the same can be said for all the jobs created by the influx of visitors to the Western Cape. Further to this, I would like to add the following for the Minister and Premier to consider. You cannot build a province on casual and outsourcing labor. And whilst it may be true that the Western Cape has lowered its unemployment rate, it was lowered its wage too. It is misleading, as this is all done through EPWP, which is a poverty alleviation tool and not an employment program. This province, which has the highest housing rentals in the country, is also the province with the most people employed on stipends and earning incomes of under 500 a week. This makes it the most oppressive employing province in the country, and this is not an achievement to be proud of. All you have done is glorified entrenched slavery. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Little. I now recognize the Honourable Brinkhays.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Western Cape Province is in a race to keep up with a rapidly changing world, but it continues in failing to address the historical unequal economic opportunities. The Western Cape is one of several cities in the world that are characterized by high inequality. It ignores the plight of thousands of informal traders who are struggling to survive. They are prohibited by the city of Cape Town to earn a living because of the red tape on applications for permits to trade. Al-Jamaa calls for the removal of permits and that informal traders must rather register to trade. Thousands of families are affected when the red tape on permits determine their right to earn a living. The national government does have various policies in place to restructure the economy to bring about equitable economic opportunities. Spatial development is along racial and class lines, and your ordinary informal traders are prevented from trading in areas they wish. Al-Jamaa calls on the province to stop its agricultural partnership and other trade with the Zionist Israeli regime. It is thus not surprising that thousands of farm workers are being evicted from agricultural land and the land they have a right to. We call for equal economic opportunities without involving Zionist businesses. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Brinkes. I now recognise the Honourable Murray.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. As these days of debate draw to a close, I recall the words of Helen Suzman, who famously said, "I stand for simple justice, equal opportunity, and human rights, the indispensable elements in a democratic society and well worth fighting for. It is on these pillars that we can erect a framework for the Western Cape's future. Here, where the Cape folds its mountains into the sea, we have nurtured a province that stands resilient, a gleaming beacon amidst the shadow of uncertainty faced in the rest of the country. Our province, steered by the DA's capable hands, has become a sanctuary of prosperity, where policy is not just written, but enacted, where resources are not merely allocated, but effectively used. EDAT's investment in skills development is not just a budgetary allocation, but also a transformative force. They have channeled 86 million rand into projects that will see 2,900 individuals embrace new employment opportunities this year. This stands in poignant contrast to the fumbled efforts in ANC provinces where unemployment reigns sky high, despite having higher funding, which is further exacerbated by bureaucratic inertia and the lack of clear strategy. This province is bolstering the backbone of our economy in South Africa, extending business development services to 200 businesses. This method is one of proactive support, a stark departure from the bureaucratic mazes and fiscal mismanagement that stifles growth in ANC-led administrations. Examples abound from the faltering small business support in provinces like Gauteng, where red tape hampers entrepreneurial spirit, to the misallocated funds in Limpopo that could have spurred growth, but instead resulted in stalled projects and dashed hopes. This department has done extensive work in laying the groundwork, including regulatory requirements and policy directions that will enable municipalities to procure and produce their electricity and free residents from Eskom's continued implosion. In fact, this is complemented by the DA-run City of Cape Town, which is leading the way in this regard. Some highlights of their efforts include securing embedded independent power procurement, renewable energy of 200 megawatts, a dispatchable IPP program of up to 500 megawatts, wheeling of up to 350 megawatts, and private small-scale embedded generation of up to 100 megawatts. These collective efforts are critical because we cannot increase jobs, grow the economy, or continue to see a rise in tourism if we can't even turn on the lights. The DA's vision for a green economy has taken tangible form in the significant budget increase for sector development, contrasting sharply with the inertia in ANC-controlled regions. The Atlantis Special Economic Zone and Freeport-Saldanha stand as hallmarks in this commitment and are unfortunately contrasted by the national government's apathy towards IDZs and SEZs, which has seen tax reprieve not be granted and trying to bring these projects to a halt. As Minister Wenger has highlighted, in the realm of tourism, the Western Cape under DA leadership has risen like a phoenix. As of January 2024, international arrivals moving through Cape Town International Airport have surpassed pre-pandemic levels by over 16%, a far cry from the decline in visitor numbers in provinces like the Eastern Cape, where mismanagement and a lack of foresight have seen potential tourist hotspots wither in obscurity. Mobile data insights from Wesco paint a picture of a province that beckons international tourists to return time and time again, with 48% of visitors to Cape Town coming back again. These discerning globetrotters linger longer at our attractions, investing their time and resources into our economy. Our rich tapestry of attractions has drawn both domestic and international eyes to places like the Garden Route and Klein Karoo, where over 60% of tourists opt for overnight stays, a success story yet to be replicated in other regions ruled by the ANC because of their lack of strategic focus and commitment to showcasing natural heritage. I want to convey my deepest gratitude yet again to DDAT as well as to the Minister and HOD for their leadership. Your unwavering commitment underpins the prosperity and well-being of our province. Again, I would like to thank my committee members for their oversight, which has been the very foundation that has allowed us to ensure and to protect those that we serve. I would also like to thank my fiancé, Andy. Thank you for standing by me and standing by my side, for listening to my frustrations, for motivating me to charge ahead. You are and always have been the rock that keeps me anchored to the ground. And I look forward to us contributing to this province's economic growth when we celebrate our own wedding. To my colleagues and the people of the Western Cape, I know that my support for this budget is rooted in a belief in its transformative power and in our collective ability to harness it for the betterment of all. In the legacy of Sisman's ideals, we march forward. This budget is not just a financial plan, but a declaration of our values, a testament to the Western Cape government's commitment to justice, equality, and opportunity for all. Let us pledge to embody these values, to become the torchbearers of a new era defined by wisdom, by transparency, and relentless progress for all our citizens. To each of you who contribute to this journey, from public servants to private citizens, your role is invaluable. Your aspirations are the wind of our sails, guiding us towards a province that not only meets expectations, but exceeds them, setting a standard for the nation to aspire to. It's not merely the beauty of our land or the richness of our culture that makes the Western Cape exceptional. It's the quality of our governance. The Democratic Alliance has set a high bar when it comes to administration, proving that with the right leadership, good governance is not only possible, but is flourishing. This is why, come 29 May, I call on residents, I call on citizens to make that pivotal decision to vote out the ANC once and for all. By voting for the DA, you are voting for progress, you are voting for job creation, and you are voting for good governance across South Africa. Together, let us embrace the DA's vision of growth and development. Let us make the collective choice for a government that will continue to improve governance and create much-needed jobs throughout our beautiful country. Speaker, the DA supports this vote.
Thank you very much, Honourable Murray. I now recognize the Honourable Minister Wang.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Quite a lot to respond to. The debate has been quite far and wide. I'm going to attempt to respond to as many as I can. And thanks to the members that participated in the debate. Honourable Nkondlo, who raised the issue about a terrible incident that occurred in Gordons Bay. It is true that she raised it with me,
members,
and I have responded in this House to her concerns in writing. Our tourism team does not have any investigative powers. Meanwhile, the incident has been reported to the correct authorities and is currently in the courts. On the Pick n Pay Market Store project, which started in 2018, DDAT provided grant funding to recipients for the refurbishment of mini market stores in townships. And participants over the course of the project received 4.1 million rand in funding, and 185 people, of which 168 were new jobs that were created through this project, who were mainly women. So it is unfair to say that the department had left people in debt when the department only provided grant funding. Unfortunately, there was a business that was in breach of the agreement, and the department is attempting to claim back some of these funds for being in breach of those. And I believe that is what the SCOPA meeting was attempting to unpack. I do find it peculiar that the ANC has highlighted the Companies Act, and in particular the gender pay gap, because hot off the press in the National Assembly, and to quote my colleague in the National Assembly who sat on the committee, Honourable Dean McPherson, he noted that some stakeholders proposed including the gender pay gap ratio that should be included in the committee's report. Within the committee, there was consensus on the importance of addressing the gender pay gap disparities. However, there was a difference of opinion in whether it should be included in the current amendment bill. In this regard, the ANC was of the view that the inclusion would require in-depth consideration and public participation on how to incorporate this effectively into legislation, and stressed that the implication of the process, including this provision, would delay the processing of this bill beyond the current term of Parliament, thus delaying relief offered by other provisions in the bill.
Order, members.
Therefore, it proposed that this be considered in the next Parliament and further legislation be brought in this regard. Other parties were of the view that they should have been included despite possible delays in processing the bill. So in other words, during the recent legislative process, the ANC was not interested in including the gender pay gap ratio in the amendments to the Companies Act.
Order, members.
Then on the township and informal
Order.
economies across the G4J
Order, members.
strategy, we have 17 interventions across 4 priority focus areas relating to investment, technology, infrastructure, and improved access. I'd be very happy to provide the details on those 17 projects. On tourism, Honourable Little, thank you for your inputs. I mean, I agree that tourism is a combined effort. It's government, it's industry, and in fact, every single resident that gives visitors a warm Western Cape welcome. I must acknowledge that Minister de Lille does in fact call regular MINMEC meetings, unlike her predecessors, but unfortunately the combined efforts of tourism is often thwarted by actors outside of the tourism industry. For example, the Department of Home Affairs, which is responsible for the absolute visa and swallows fiasco that is currently playing out, in which tourists are being declared undesirable because the minister's speech does not count as a firm directive to the Border Management Agency, and the department is unable to provide a clear directive that would articulate exactly what the minister said in his speech. And so we do need Minister de Lille to ask her colleagues, particularly Minister Motsoaledi and Minister Cele, to address those things that hamper tourism the most: visa issues and safety issues. My thanks go to the members of the Standing Committee on Finance, Economic Development and Tourism for their oversight of our work. In particular, I'd like to express my gratitude to the chairperson, Honourable Kayla Murray, for her enthusiastic engagement on issues, her willingness to support provincial projects, and your clear passion for the economy in pursuit of a better life for residents of the province. I'd like to thank outgoing HOD, Mr. Velile Dube, who will be leaving us in a few months' time, unfortunately. It's been an honour to work with you, sir. Your patient and careful consideration of strategic matters has been of such benefit to this department. You have enriched the organisation in relationships and leave it better off. And with a brand new economic action plan to deliver breakout economic growth that sets a clear path to enable the creation of many more jobs across the province, your service will leave the Western Cape better off as well. Thank you for your service to this government, to the people of this province, and to South Africa. I also like to express my deep appreciation to the entire DDAT team, the custodians of the Growth for Jobs strategy, for your deep and abiding commitment to the Western Cape economy and to growing jobs in our economy. Thank you very much for all of your hard work. My gratitude cannot be more loudly stated to my fellow cabinet colleagues who've contributed to and embraced the G4J strategy, which finds expression in almost every provincial government department. It truly is a whole of government strategy designed to keep building a Western Cape that works for all. And finally, I must acknowledge the very hard work, diligence and commitment of the Ministry of Finance and Economic Opportunities, powered almost entirely by women: Lauren Kent, Rushka Brenner, Susan Smith, Georgie Marie, Gaynor Lucas, Sandra Francisco, as well as Andrew Sauls and Sean Davids. Thank you to the excellent work that you do every day. What a truly excellent team. Thank you. It is therefore my pleasure to table Vote 12, Economic Development and Tourism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Wenger. That concludes this vote. I'm just going to allow for the officials to leave before we proceed to the next vote. You ready, Minister? Okay. Okay, no. Thank you. Thank you very much. I see Minister Allen is very eager, but before he begins, can I just ask that Mrs. Tamela, you read the next order of the day?
Debate on vote for policy oversight and community safety.
Thank you, Mr. Tamela. I now recognize the Honourable Minister Allen.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier, honourable members, and honoured guests. Today, I would first like to express my sincere gratitude and thanks to the Premier, Alan Winde, who 701 days ago afforded me the opportunity to serve in this particular role. As I've stated often, I'm counting because I know we don't have time. So to the Premier, through you, Deputy Speaker, thank you to Cabinet colleagues. Thank you to the entire DA caucus. Thank you, but also to each and every member of this House. You have helped shape me. You have helped in terms of broadening not only my knowledge and my expertise, but you have also made sure that I'm actually needing to do what I'm doing at the moment. So thank you. It was also Member Harris on this day 701 days ago. It was the Honourable Dagmo that was shouting, make Regan the MEC. Make Regan the MEC. And when solid proposals, Deputy Speaker, when credible solutions are presented in this particular House, this government listens and we take those on board. Deputy Speaker, I've done a quick analysis in terms of the spoken word from yesterday up until today. Speech specialists will tell us that the average person speaks between 120 and 150 words per minute. If we calculate the amount of minutes excluding the executive, it amounts to 739 minutes for each and every budget vote, 14 budget votes calculated across each and every vote. If I'm conservative, Deputy Speaker, we're looking at 45 minutes per executive member over 14 budget votes. That will take us to 630 minutes. That is too much to absorb because the father of the house will be delighted to be informed that it equates roughly over these 2 days, over 210,000 words were spoken in this budget debate. Over 210,000 votes. This is the point. The point is the members on this house, when we speak, it is backed up by action because words are powerful and words can shape and words can ultimately take our country and our province forward. But more importantly, it is built on action because we have consistently shown as the minister, when in tabling this budget, it was a budget ultimately to keep the Western Cape to work, to ensure that we can play our role in the Western Cape on this rescue mission that we are endeavoring on here in South Africa. So the words, 210,000 words over 2 days. DA members have backed it up by action, by implementing programs and plans that have ultimately helped and shaped many people in our province. So, Speaker, I have to acknowledge that over the years, this DA-led government consistently showed its bravery. In fact, 5 years ago, we initiated the Western Cape Safety Plan, and we are still the only province that have implemented a safety plan. This particular safety plan was then adopted almost 90% in terms of the national crime and integrated violence prevention strategy from national government in 2020 to Member Harris. I think that will be good reading to actually look at the timelines on when we tabled that plan. But Deputy Speaker, this has been a critical initiative of the Western Cape government, particularly since our LEAP officers are deployed in areas where the murder rates are the highest, effectively meaning our LEAP officers are placed where the need is the highest, because we have seen consistent under-resourcing in areas like Khayelitsha, Shamora Machel, Philippi, including at Nova Park, Mitchell's Plain, Delft, Kraaifontein, and many more. I mention these names, Deputy Speaker, because these are areas that we find there is a huge gap in the SAPS deployment. A huge gap in the SAPS deployment. And why is this particular gap? Because the national government has consistently failed to implement our policing needs and priorities. Our policing needs and priorities is a constitutional, it's a legislative requirement that each and every province must table yearly. And we do it consulting widely with various stakeholders, including municipalities, including our CPFs, including neighborhood watches. It is so widely consulted and we have broad consensus. However, when we table our policing needs and priorities to the national government, it is hardly taken into account. But these are needs and priorities when we look at what needs to be done. We've always been clear in that we are needing to help and assist the South African Police Service. We are not wanting a free pass in this particular province. Hence, we have placed additional boots on the ground to compensate for the lack of resources that we have seen in that space. So, Speaker, as the Western Cape government, we care. We care about our citizens and our residents. We care about members in this particular house because our aim in terms of the safety plan is to ensure that residents live in safer communities. But Deputy Speaker, it's because of this bravery, a report by the Institute of Security Studies, not even our own internal report, not even a report from the Department of the Premier, but an independent report, a credible organization, stated and showed that between 2019 and the end of 2023, this was the only province. And what is that province? It's the Western Cape, the only province that saw a reduction in terms of the murder rate over a period of 29 to 2023. This was also pegged against murder rates in the Eastern Cape, in Gauteng, and in KwaZulu-Natal, which also increases where two of those provinces saw double-digit increases in their murder rate. Here, we saw a decrease per capita, and that is something that we can build upon. And that is something that this government will commit to, that come a day after 29 May, that we will continue as a DA-led government in the Western Cape to continue to build on our successes. In fact, Deputy Speaker, for as long as the ANC and its alliance partners are anywhere near seat of government, we sadly see the people suffer. It would be remiss of me not to mention that on record, we can confirm that 25.7% of crime in our province occurred during load shedding. That occurs in a time when load shedding should have been eradicated months ago if the president was true to his word, where he said load shedding will end in 2014, then it was said in 2016, but yet the new member from this house, Member Poole, in an area of Paul, can confirm that little Mia Botha was taken during load shedding. During load shedding. So we have seen where load shedding impact on crime. I can take members.
1 minute, Honourable Minister. 1 minute, Honourable Minister. Please take your seat. Honourable Said. What's your point of order?
Honourable Deputy Speaker, is my good friend, the Honourable Alan, willing to take a question about the former Drakenstein mayor?
Please answer whether you are willing to take.
I'm not at this moment.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate Member Syed. I would want to not waste.
Members, order members.
I wouldn't want to add too many words on top of the 210,000. So I would want to, from now on, be as brief as possible. So, Deputy Speaker, on the one hand, we have seen crime is deeply complex. We have seen failings of national government, and like I've indicated, load shedding does contribute to an increase in crime, 25.7% confirmed by the South African Police Service. Little Mia Botha was taken during load shedding. I was in Khayelitsha on a Sunday. During load shedding on a Saturday, there was a mass murder, so we have seen it. But also, I can confirm that when there is a release of parolees into our communities, we can actually confirm today that 50% of parolees that were released between April and December last year was released into our priority areas where LEAP officers are working, because we've already identified the need. Over 50% of all the parolees back into those communities, and we have seen 113 of them reoffend for crimes like assault, burglaries, theft, protection orders being violated. So a woman ultimately feeling unsafe, and then a perpetrator violating that protection order, placing that woman in further stress and in further pain and anxiety. We have seen when the Department of Correctional Service fail in their particular mandate to rehabilitate offenders, we are seeing increases in crime in our province. But regardless of that, I want to again state we are the only province that saw a reduction in the murder rate per capita as opposed to other provinces that saw increases. Deputy Speaker, so our journey will continue a day after 29 May to build on the successes that we have already achieved under this particular term led by Premier Windy. And this budget demonstrates that it is brave and directly linked to action and delivery, especially since we will not get that from our national government. So Deputy Speaker, 763.34 million has been appropriated for the 24-25 financial year. This is an increase of 49.34 million or 6.9% in terms of the adjustment budget. I would also want to quantify that. When we did an analysis on the SAPS budget, we actually saw the SAPS budget for this particular year over the MTF is increasing by 5.13%. Our budget here is increasing by 6.91%. So we are always one step ahead of what national government is doing, and we are wanting national government to actually catch up with what we are doing in this regard. And after 29 May, under a DA-led government, the national government will definitely be able to step up further. So if we consider the 350 million rand that has been allocated to LEAP, and this initiative, Deputy Speaker, is extremely important if we are wanting to reduce the murder rate by 50% by 2029. If you inquire from the national government how or what the plan is to combat crime or murder in the Western Cape, or how they are going to capacitate SAPS, they would not be able to answer adequately in that regard. Because we have showed years since the inception of our LEAP program, we have ensured that 564 illegal firearms are removed from our streets. It would be again remiss of me not to indicate a study that confirmed that one illegal firearm can potentially contribute to 12 murders, but also the successes in terms of the arrest that we have seen. 28,000 arrests have been made since the inception, and we are trying very hard, Deputy Speaker, to ensure that national departments like the NPA and correctional services can ultimately do their job. When we look at the prosecutorial work that the NPA is needing to do, it lags behind the amount of arrests that we are ultimately making, because we are wanting to ensure that criminals are ultimately behind bars. But further to this, we have set aside 25 million for our LEAP stations. And members of this House will recall that during the adjustment budget, 5 million was set aside for the establishment of our LEAP centers. I can confirm today that we currently have 3 up and running. They are located in Delft, in Umfuleni, and in Philippi. I've already visited those particular centers, and the feedback that I've gotten from members in that particular community, where they see an extra visible presence of not only deployed officers on our streets and in our roads, but also in that particular center. So LEAP officers now have an additional base to be deployed from, and this will ultimately cut down the time of being deployed from a particular police station, while residents also have the space where they will now be able to engage our LEAP officers and other stakeholders to ensure that we work closely together with communities, because we are wanting to ensure that we can continue to foster trust within law enforcement and indirectly in the South African Police Service as a result of our oversight role. Deputy Speaker, our focus is provincial safety. We currently have 3 of our K9 units based in Swartland, in Mossel Bay, and in the Overstrand municipal areas. And I, again, Deputy Speaker, want to highlight that when the Premier occupied this particular post, the Premier highlighted that there was a 38% reduction over a 5-year period in terms of sepsis K9 units. So we have had to step in, we have had to step up, because we have seen these reductions in the South African Police Service. So that 38% reduction, it's actually the Western Cape that have stepped up by making sure that we have K9 units in Swartland, Mossel Bay, and in the Overstrand area. And I want to confirm again that they work across municipal boundaries. So for Swartland, it will be all the way up to Matsikama, considering that there's a need across that entire district of the West Coast, but also for the Overberg and the entire Garden Route area. So our focus will remain to ensure that we can capacitate those K9 units and see the continued successes that they are reaching. And these units are extremely active in working with the South African Police Service. And when I visit a district commander, that particular commissioner will indicate that they would not have been able to reach certain successes without the help of the extra boots and the extra dogs that we have placed in those particular areas. The Overstrand K9 unit regularly assists with the discovery of illegally poached abalone and other illicit items. They are making sure inroads along the coastal areas, protecting both man and marine life. So to the Swartland unit, and most recently our Mossel Bay unit. I can confirm that this budget has provided an 11.3 million for the further support of these units. Last year, Deputy Speaker, I also mentioned our rural safety units that are active in terms of the Swartland area, Overstrand, and is due to come on board. I am pleased to state that both the units are fully operational, and just as the K9 units are working closely with the South African Police Service, because our rural safety units and the 9.9 million rand that we allocate to that is to ensure that the resourcing and the continued support will be there for those particular units. Extra visibility. The South African Police Service itself will indicate that visibility is a key deterrent in order to curb crime. So we are creating those extra visibility in the areas. It will also be remiss of me not to highlight the following. When we look at a particular South African Police Service station, the UN pegs the ratio to be acceptable to be 1 officer for every 250 residents. We can clearly see where we have those ratios in place, we actually see crime reduced. Hence, we are always advocating for resources to be placed where the need is the greatest. So continuing with our safety footprint throughout the province, just last week I had the privilege of visiting and handing over our graduation certificates to 20 of our peace officers in the Cape Agulhas municipal area. And this is also one of the brainchild of the Premier, where we wanted to ensure that there is peace officers, where we can look at providing young people with a job opportunity, but also helping towards safety. Cape Agulhas has become known for all the wrong reasons, for reasons where the name of Anine Boyson is reverberating through our country, the name of of Nita Manu is reverberating, where we know what happened to them in the Bredasdorp area. We have consistently echoed that we are wanting to step in and make sure that there's extra visibility so that no other name needs to reverberate for the wrong reasons. We can confirm also that we have already placed since July 2022. I don't know if it's only due to me being here after that, seeing that the Premier is in the house to listen. So we have placed over 206 of our peace officers across 12 municipalities, helping and assisting. And that includes municipalities that is even governed not by the DA, because we are data-led. We are evidence-based. So we haven't been strategic to point peace officers where there is DA governments only. We have been clear that we want to be data-led and evidence-based. And I even made sure that that data showed that Theewaterskloof should get a peace officer allocation. And when we went there, we were disturbed to find out that politicians wanted to appoint peace officers. And we quickly stepped in to ensure that we can have a credible process where the diagnostic testing can be done, the psychometric testing can be done, the fitness can be done, so that we only employ the persons that are best placed to help the Theewaterskloof. So we are always data-led. And these peace officers, the 206 that we have appointed, over 98%, Deputy Speaker, were unemployed when they entered that particular program. As we remain in our rural parts of the province and our support to our districts, we have placed 4.5 million in that regard, because our focus still remains to ensure that we can capacitate our rural safety districts and make sure that we work jointly with all of them. Partnerships is also a key aspect to what we are doing in the space of working with CPFs, working with our neighborhood watches. We currently have 450 of our neighborhood watches and farm watches that we support, we accredit, we train, but we also make sure that we work closely with our CPFs to ensure that the CPF can fulfill their mandate. Essentially, we have allocated 4.7 million in that regard. Without these brave and dedicated volunteers, Deputy Speaker, we would not have been able to achieve what we have achieved in this particular term. So I want to express my sincere thanks and gratitude to all our safety partners. On police oversight, and this is one that the Premier highlighted in his SOPA of 2022. He highlighted there's going to be a name change to this particular department because we are needing to ramp up our oversight. That I am needing to showcase that together with the department that our oversight can lead to better service delivery. In that regard, we have consistently showed that where we have oversight, it must lead to better service delivery, and our programs working in that space will continue. Also, the work we do in terms of the Western Cape Police Ombudsman, which is an independent entity, is another layer we use to ensure that once there is any inefficiency in the South African Police Service, or when there's any poor investigations taking place, the Ombudsman's office can step in. I can confirm for the last quarter, and I released information on it just yesterday, that over 86% of all cases between September and December last year were actually already concluded by the Ombudsman's office. We also continue with our court watching briefs to ensure that we can continue to monitor court cases, and when there is inefficiencies, we will ensure that justice is not merely delayed and denied, but that justice is actually brought to the many victims or survivors that we have in our province. So as far as our policing strategy is concerned, we will continue to support the mandatory and collaborative deliverables of our oversight mandate that must ultimately lead to better service delivery. We cannot have SAPS members failing our residents. It is already enough that they are needing to contend with crime on a daily basis. We also can't afford our men and women in blue who do not deserve to be to wear the uniform or carry the badge to have an adverse impact on our residents. On Chrysalis, we will continue to support Chrysalis, Deputy Speaker. We have allocated 23.6 million rand in that regard. We work with a number of other departments in the Western Cape government, together with the Department of Social Development, together with the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport, all playing a role to ensure that we can give young men and women from poverty-stricken communities, from gang-ridden communities, an opportunity to form part of that particular opportunity. On the 6th of April, we are seeing another graduation of the class of chrysalis, and since inception, we have already seen over 10,000 chrysalis graduates. We also placed them on a work opportunity for a year, and I can confirm, and I'm delighted to give an accolade to the South African Police Service in this regard, because we have now seen a number of our chrysalis graduates, once we place them on a year where this government pays them for a year in a SAP station, we ultimately see them being taken up into the South African Police Service. And I've witnessed many of them at our parades, and they are absorbed into the South African Police Service. It will also be remiss of me not to share the story of a gentleman that applied to the Chrysalis Academy. And Deputy Speaker, I wouldn't want to relay too much information into the public domain on this particular matter, but it will paint a picture. It's a person that could easily have made a decision to join a gang. This is the son of a person that led a gang for many, many years. His father was brutally killed, and he could have made a choice to join a gang, to revenge the death of his dad. However, he made a commitment to join and to apply to the Chrysalis Chrysalis program, and we have seen how he is now placed within a certain municipality. And the reports I'm getting is that he's an active leader, a young person with leadership capabilities, contributing effectively to community safety, where it could have easily been the leader of a gang should he have opted in that regard. We will also continue to work with the Western Cape Liquor Authority. We will not come now, because when we look at safety, some of these matters needs to filter through, because I've only heard once, where's the safety plan, during the past 2 days, and I see that as a highlight for this term, because we've always heard where is the safety plan, and then we provide the safety plan. So I'm glad that people have read, and if people are shouting that I must end now, it does bow that yes, I have work outside and I will continue with my work. But let me conclude. I would like to thank the HOD. I would like to thank the HOD, because I've entered politics not to make friends. I've entered politics not to make friends. I've come here to serve. I've come to make a commitment to see how we can ultimately help our residents. So thank you, Deputy Speaker. In conclusion, I want to say to the officials that is sitting in the bench, please accept my sincere gratitude. In the HOD's absence, thank you to the HOD for your leadership and for all that you have done, to the entire management of the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety, together with our entities in the Western Cape Liquor Authority, our partners in Chrysalis. Thank you to each and every member of this particular house. Thank you so much. You have stretched me, you have helped me, you have guided me. There's members of this house like Member Phil and Christians that have consistently given credible input. Members like Member Kama that is no longer here. I want to say thank you. I want to express a special thank you to my wife, who has seen firsthand how we have had to work and step in and step up, and she has faced many challenges, considering that I'm needing to be in a certain location, in a certain area at a certain time. So I want to say thank you to my wife and to the team in the ministry that I've asked to sit in the bench to your left. They have declined. I've made that particular request knowing that they have become the persons that I can rely on. So to each and every person in the ministry, to Stacey McLean, to Marcelino Martin, to Ongi, to Juliet Stone, to Nicole Easton, to Kaliba Loy, thank you. Thank you so much, because the Premier gave me a mandate and he said to me 701 days ago, Regan, safety is now on your broad shoulders. And Member Harris, I looked at my shoulders and it became very evident that I would need to stand next to the Premier. I would need to stand next to education, next to other departments. I would need to stand next to other members and other stakeholders, so that our shoulders can be broad and so that we can actually today boast about the fact that we have seen successes in this term. Boast about the fact that this is the province where we are seeing decreases. We can boast about it, but we will never be arrogant in saying that we don't have a long way to go. We know we have a long way to go. And come 29 May, after 29 May, we will be ready to continue the rescue mission that we have already undertaken, because it's the Western Cape that is ultimately already rescuing South Africa. If we listen to each and every word of the 210,000 words that have been echoed over these last 2 days, and I know I've added an additional 1,084 words, but I sincerely trust that you won't, nie kwalijk neem nie, but dit was goed wat moet gesê gewees het. Dankie.
Thank you very much, Minister Allen. I now recognize the Honourable Barnes. I will just ask one of the staff members just. Thank you, Minister Allen. In the spirit of collegiality, Honourable Barnes, are you ready? You may proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Order members. Order members.
I don't know why the Premier gets excited when I'm speaking here.
You may proceed, Honourable Barnes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Order members.
Deputy Speaker, esteemed members of the House and distinguished guests, thank you, MEC, for bringing the podium to myself, practicing the new leadership that's coming in after the 29th of May. I must say, Deputy Speaker, each time when we are in this house, there's a serious comparison when it comes to crime to other provinces, where the DA-led government will always bring up issues of other provinces. And now the MEC even making a statement saying that national government must catch up. The reality is that Western Cape is a gangster's paradise, and it must sink in with us. We'll never get solutions if we always compare and not take what is in front of us and find a solution in what's happening with the realities in front of us. Deputy Speaker, we stand at a critical juncture where our duty as members of this House demands that we scrutinize every decision made by the executive, particularly those pertaining the safety and well-being of our people and communities. I implore each and every one of us to rise above partisan divides and reject the proposed budget for the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety. Reject. Veiligheid beïnvloed ons almal en maak nie onderskeid van party-affiliasie of velkleur nie. Ons kan met 'n goeie gewete en 'n begroting ondersteun wat versuim om die dieper oorsake van misdaad aan te spreek en die gewelddadige en onsekere sirkel voed wat ons provinsie nie teister. Laat my 'n boodskap van waardering oordra aan die provinsiale commissaris Patekile vir die goeie werk wat hy en sy bestuur by die SAPD doen om die provinsie 'n beter plek te maak. Ons het gesien hoe verskeie bendeleiers vir verskeie ernstige sake insluitende bendewese en afpersing gearresteer is. Dit is lofwaardig deur die SAPD. Ons bedank ook die commissaris vir die getoonde belangstelling in landelike veiligheid, soos blyk uit die onlangse arrestasies van verdagtes van dwelmsmokkelary, in particular in die Karoo in. Deputy Speaker, I want to also take the opportunity to thank the staff of the ANC on the 4th floor. They are a very small portion, but they make it all the time possible for us to come here and be ready and be glaring and be on point. I want to start with my own secretary, Portia. for always being there and supporting all of us. And it does not exclude Portia, all of the secretaries, Auntie Audrey, Auntie Veronica, Bonnie. They make sure that we are on point. I want to thank them, and I know they are watching us. For our researchers also, that is a small portion of them. I want to say thank you to Lizo Nangomso, Pamela, ngomsebenzi owenzayo ungadinwa mfowethu. Siyayiqonda ba nasebusuku siyafowuna sithi asixolanga funeka uphinda udinwa ke wena Qhamela wenza okoko. Enkosi ngomonde wonawo. Mbali uyamkela usinaye, including our own Dr. Seal for his presence. Nokuthula for always being there with our cup of coffees, even when we work at night. We appreciate that a lot. And all of the staff, especially the cleaners. When MEC Wenger tabled the 2024 budget, she claimed it was a pathway to economic growth and promotion of safety and well-being for the residents of the Western Cape. Yet closer examination reveals glaring inequities. She said this budget allocates 5 billion for safety over the 2020-24 MTEF, with 1.091 billion allocated for enhancing law enforcement operations in municipalities through the Law Enforcement Advancement Plan LEAP program. While welcoming these allocations, we do not agree with the set of plans that will be funded. During yesterday's debate, Member Bosman claimed that the DA-led provincial government was the only in the country with workable ideas to combat crime. These assertions by the dishonorable member are baseless when confronted with factual data. These assertions are no different to the blue lies he made last year, claiming DK spent millions on programs targeted at youth out of crime and gangs when he knew that wasn't the case. The overview of provincial revenue and expenditure document exposes the truth that between 2019 and 2023, significant crime categories in the Western Cape increased, with murder at 4.5% and sexual offenses at 3.5%. Alarmingly, in 2023, the Nyanga cluster accounted for 21.2% of murders, followed by Blue Downs with 16.8%, and Khayelitsha with 14.8%, all despite the presence of the LEAP officers. Deputy Speaker, this shows that ever since Premier Windy came to office and spent over R1 billion on that safety plan, murder continued to rise. I'm sure Member Bosman will be thrilled to know that under our ANC government, we achieved a remarkable 23.9% decrease in murder rate between April 2008 and March 2009, bringing it down to 44.6 per 100,000. However, the DA's governance has seen the rate of sour to 57 per 100,000 today. I know they will get excited. When we see such statistics, we must start asking difficult questions like, really, is there value for money, Premier, in the investment we make in the safety plan? This billion, is it worth it? We pump in millions every year, but the results are not showing. And that's a fact. Why are we still having serious crime and you are putting so much money? The undeniable truth is the Democratic Alliance has failed dismally in its duty to combat crime. Their approach has been short-sighted, focusing solely on deploying more boots on the ground without addressing the underlying social factors driving the crime. During our time, we had the Bambanani Against Crime program, and we gave meaningful support and resources to community policing forums. And the results of this intervention speaks volumes for themselves. The underlying factors, Premier must listen, I will tell him shortly. The ANC still strongly believes communities play a pivotal role in combating crime, as shown in its 2024 elections, where it highlights the critical role of communities in preventing crime and gender-based violence through adequate resourcing of community policing forums. In contrast, the DA in this budget is reducing its spending on community police relations sub-program by over 7%. This is a program aimed at promoting good relations between the police and community by facilitating the capacitation of functioning of safety partners. This exposes that the DA undermines efforts to foster positive police-community relations, thereby perpetuating a a cycle of distrust. The disparities in the funding allocations between neighborhood watchers and the CPFs, they still persist, Deputy Speaker. This budget allocates 10,000 per year, 10,000 per year to allocated neighborhood watchers for their projects, while the CPFs are undermined and underfunded. The ANC is strongly opposed to this and calls on the MEC to end this deliberate weakening, undermining and destabilization of CPFs. Deputy Speaker, crime is not just a security issue. It is a complex social phenomenon rooted in poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Despite this acknowledgement in the department's annual performance plan, the DA government has turned a blind eye to the systematic issues. Crime to flourish unchecked in our most vulnerable communities. The failure to address the spatial environment exacerbates the challenges of policing in these areas. This is proved by the spatial distribution of murders in the Western Cape, which shows that 10 police precincts out of 151 account for nearly 50% of all murders and nearly 40% of attempted murders. These are all in the poor working class communities. Take note in the Cape Flats Premier, ravaged by high unemployment rates, poverty, drugs and substance abuse, and various other anomalies. Poor accessibility and inadequate lighting and a lack of basic infrastructure create a conducive environment for criminal activities to occur. All these fall under the purview of provincial and local government spheres. This is one of many examples of how the DA is failing to guarantee the safety of our people. The proposed budget fails to address these pressing socio-economic challenges, neglecting the spatial environment's critical role in crime prevention. Deputy Speaker, the department has stated it seeks to align the budget with the Western Cape government policy priorities, mainly the growth for jobs, well-being, and safety. This commitment did not stop this department from dismissing over 100 LEAP officers under the guise of incompetency. It is not the first time that this department kicks a black child to the streets. Who will still remember the upright termination of contracts by the department for the 1,000 safety ambassadors for no reason, and the abrupt ending of the walking bus project? The arbitrary dismissal of the LEAP officers, who are predominantly Black, African, and female, is a gross injustice, and that undermines both the law enforcement professional and taxpayers' investment in their training. The ANC condemns in the strongest possible terms the unjust and dismissal and demands their immediate reinstatement and adequate support to fulfill their duties effectively. This dismissal is also the spotlight on the LEAP program expenditure on training. The 7th administration, while we have to look at the possibility of corruption in this, the LEAP program aimed to train and deploy only 1,200 officers. Yet every year we have a new recruits who undergo training. I wouldn't be surprised, Deputy Speaker, if the program has already trained over 10,000 recruits since its inception. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we note with grave concern that despite escalating violent crimes in the province, the department has taken a decision to decrease the number of hotspot areas where LEAP officers are deployed. This is really baffling. For the longest time, we knew LEAP officers to be deployed in 13 hotspot areas, but this year, budget documents reveal that they operate in 11 hotspot areas. Why? We call on the MEC to provide a reasonable explanation for this. Equally confusing and concerning is the decision to cut the budget for the Police Provincial Secretariat by 2.41%, deeply concerning. By slashing its funding, the provincial government is undermining its own ability to effectively combat crime and uphold the rule of law. Moreover, while the provincial government on its overview provincial revenue and expenditure vows to continue with municipalities bolster their law enforcement capacity, in this budget, the opposite is happening, as the transfer to district municipalities have been slashed by a whopping 32.43%. There is no justification for these cuts, especially given that the department's budget increased by 6.91 from 714 million in 2023-24, revised estimate to 663 million in 2024-2025, with a 15.08 increase in equitable share finding. Deputy Speaker, in this budget, we also see 11.90% in reduction in the budget allocation for the Office of the HOD. We do not know if it's related to the HOD taking up a chief director position. The MEC must explain the reasons for this move. Is it a demotion or another form of cadre deployment to create a safe landing for when the term ends? Was there really no suitable qualified person in the entire province for this job for the past years that it could not be filled by anyone and just a redeployment from one position to another position without a process? Can we be clarified in this House about that? Deputy Speaker, over the 2024 MTEF, the department, in partnership with the City of Cape Town, will fund technologies such as Short Spotter and the Eye in the Sky. This is a waste of taxpayers' money, as the Short Spotter has been proven by many international studies to be unreliable, inaccurate, and ineffective and dangerous. Gunshot detection tool which poses serious threats to basic civil rights. A study in 2021 in Chicago found that in a period of 21 months, Short Spotter resulted in police acting on dead-end reports over 40,000 times. Another report by the Cook County State Attorney Office concluded that Short Spotter had minimal return in investment and only resulted in arrest for 1% of the proven shootings. Many states across the globe, such as Chicago, abandoning the use of this technology produced by US companies sounding thinking because of its inaccuracy and unreliability. Even the 97% accuracy the company claims was produced by the marketing department and not by the engineers. The decision to invest in this technology is not backed by a string of evidence. Surely is motivated by greed and awarding contracts to US companies who in turn channel funds into the DA. The province must not waste taxpayers' money. Money on this technology, instead, it must make available funds to install more CCTVs in crime hotspots and ensuring that existing CCTVs are functioning. In Khayelitsha, for instance, only a handful of CCTVs are operational out of a total of 20, highlighting the DA government's neglect of poor working class communities. Let us get the basic right.
Your time
These
is up.
funds must be used on important things like ensuring there's sufficient lighting and accessibility on informal settlements.
Thank you, Honourable
I
Fahad.
thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much. I now recognize the Honourable Kasim.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, when we say that the Western Cape Safety Plan introduced by the Premier of this province at the start of his term has failed, we do so based on our own experiences, which are backed by data and statistics. Deputy Speaker, when the third term South African crime statistics were introduced covering the period October 2023 to December 2023, Western Cape was leading the pack nationally on almost every category of crime. In short, the province is a den of crime as it appears first on every criminal element in the whole of South Africa. Deputy Speaker, Cape Town Central Police Station retained its #1 spot when it comes to police stations with the most reported crimes in the whole country. In the same category, Western Cape feature with a total of 7 police stations where these serious crimes were reported out of 30 police stations nationally. In other words, Western Cape appear with a majority of police stations where crime is immense. Deputy Speaker, when it comes to contact crime, Umfuleni also retained its top #1 spot with 1,238 reported crimes. And in the same category, our province featured 9 police stations in a total out of 30. Deputy Speaker, Umfuleni also repeats itself on second spot when it comes to stations where a high number of murder rate was reported. And in this category, Western Cape feature with 11 police stations out of 30. Moreover, to round up, when it comes to sexual offence, rape, common assault, common assault, robbery, and carjacking, Western Cape also leads the pack nationally and feature with the following areas in Umfuleni for the first two categories, Mitchells Plain, Cape Town, and Philippi, respectively. It is further important to note that when it comes to carjacking, Western Cape feature 3 areas in the top 5 nationally, which is Philippi East, Harare, and Yanga. Deputy Speaker, I must reiterate the EFF's position that this is concerning when taking into account that since the beginning of this term, when the Premier took office, millions of rands were spent on the so-called safety plan, which is not yielding any results. It makes no sense why taxpayers' money would be splashed like this, and then crime just continues to grow as if there is no government or any policing structures in place. Deputy Speaker, it is shocking that in the Western Cape we have a provincial government which is scared of extortioners who roam around charging people protection fees. The situation has gotten so worse to an extent that they realize that the provincial government is weak, and now they're demanding tenders by force in state construction sectors. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, later we are told that the provincial government cannot finish housing constructions because the extortionist mafias have occupied those building sites and are demanding ransom. For these reasons, Deputy Speaker, we cannot be voting for a budget that cannot protect our people in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kassim. I now recognise the Honourable Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This province administration seems to be confused as to whether they are contributing and thus also responsible for the outcomes of safety and security or not. On the other hand, they are quick to lay blame at the national government for any safety and security outcome that is negative. But on the other hand, they claim any successes. With the amount of budget allocated to LEAP officers and Cape Town high-tech investment, the safety and security one would think that they do have a claim to both failures and successes. What is not ever mentioned with regards to the provincial funded LEAP officers is that they are being utilized to evict tenants from rental stock without the necessary court orders. To be honest, the City of Cape Town should take full responsibility for the safety and security issues and the crime-ridden areas on the Cape Flats. These are slums created by the apartheid regime, which has not been maintained by the City of Cape Town, neither upgraded. In actual fact, they keep creating more of these by constantly evicting and moving those living on the streets to outskirts of the city. Now, we would see the amount of money that has been allocated to technology, like 30 million for a shot spotter, where we could have seen that type of money being implemented in a more effective way. The same department gives 7 million to neighborhood watches and only 900 to community policing. That 30 million spent on shot spotter would have been more effective if given to neighborhood watches on the Cape Flats. This is against the national policy and exposes the DA-led department's bias and double standards. MEC Allen is also on record as stating that the Western Cape has an estimated 100,000 gang members, yet the DA provincial safety plan has no integrated strategy to deal with gangsterism, drugs, or extortion. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Little. I now recognise the Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, as I said in this House before and said again, we need the devolution of powers, and it's starting with the police powers. Therefore, the ACDP supports the Powers Bill. National government has failed us, and this province will never have enough money to fight crime because it's not your responsibility. It's the responsibility of the national government. But Deputy Speaker, I want to ask this question because the problem that we have also is the corruption within our police. Now, the Premier has also tried and asked the police ombudsman to look in this when we saw in the papers, Western Cape High Court judge says the 28th has captured the Western Cape police, prosecutors, and their lives at risk. And then I think it was handed over to police and nothing happened. So maybe the MEC in his oversight role needs to tell us, you fight crime, but when you have rotten apples, you must get rid of them. Otherwise, we're fighting a losing battle. Another important thing, Deputy Chair, is, of course, the Minister will know I'm very passionate about the neighborhood watches, very passionate about the police forums. And I still believe, and as the ACTB, we believe that they must be capacitated more, because it's your neighborhood watch, it's your auntie that stays in the road, it's your uncle that stays. They know what's happening in communities. If we give them more, they will be able to do more. So that is my plea again, and looking for a funeral cover to protect them. And I've asked the department to look at a survey to ask what is needed to assist them. We can do this together, but the important thing is, and I'm closing with this, we need to get rid of corrupt policemen and women. It's good ones, but there's bad ones, and we must get rid of them. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Christians. I now recognise the Honourable Bosman.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we are at an inflection point. As I rise this afternoon, I think it's worth noting that we in this chamber have the immense privilege of concluding the last vote of the last budget that this iteration of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament may pass in this term. Over the last 5 years, we have seen this government do its level best to make the Western Cape a better place, a safer place. It is a good time to take stock, and a time that naturally encourages us to self-reflect. We must ask ourselves, what has happened in the last 5 years? What has been done? Can we say that we fulfilled our mandate and our promise to those who elected us to this House? How have Premier Alan Winde and his cabinet performed in the last half decade? In the same period, what has President Cyril Ramaphosa and his confederation of cronies done to improve the safety of our people in our province? Speaker, 5 years ago, this government was formed with a clear mandate and clear goals in mind. Crime in the Western Cape, indeed in South Africa, is nothing new. The gangs, the thieves, the extortionists, these problems have been around for decades and have permeated every aspect of our lives, and they've occupied the streets and the pavements where I grew up. They are the reason we lock our doors with anti-burglar bars and volunteer our time to our neighborhood watches at night. And they are a problem that refuses to go away. 5 years ago, this government did what no other government in this country will ever do if the ANC stays in charge. They did what no other government had the will to do. It brought a new approach to crime, building on the successes of previous DA governments. This government instituted the Western Cape Safety Plan, a plan that boldly seeks to reduce the murder rate by half by 2029. And unlike some governments, this government then took the bold action necessary to make this goal a reality. We instituted K9 units to interrupt and eradicate the smuggling and transit of illegal goods across our province, including drugs such as TIC and man drugs, which fuel violence, destruction, and the breakup of the social fabric of this province. This government has worked with local municipalities to implement rural safety units, which provide support in policing some of our most remote and far-flung areas of the Western Cape. And of course, this government has implemented the LEAP officers, dedicated units who use the best technology available to rapidly respond to crime in some of the Western Cape's most violent and dangerous communities. In many cases, these officers arrive faster and they are more effective and are better trusted by the public than SAPS officers, whom they are supposed to merely assist. What we see in LEAP is a model of what policing could be in South Africa, if only given a chance, which I'm sure the voters will give us overwhelmingly on the 29th of May. Speaker, it is working. LEAP is working. LEAP officers have participated in more than 27,000 arrests. They've confiscated hundreds of illegal firearms. The SAPS precincts that are supposed to be assisted by LEAP officers, which they assist so ably, have steadily fallen down the ranks of the most violent areas. We see where we deploy LEAP, those police stations improve in their efficiencies, in their response time, and in their ability to prevent crime. As I mentioned on Monday, the level of trust in our LEAP officers surpasses that of the South African Police Service, and we see that when communities ask us for more LEAP officers. It's easy to see why. In the same period that LEAP and other interventions of this government have existed, SAPS in the Western Cape has collapsed. And through you, Honourable Speaker, my colleague and dear friend, Honourable Barnes, spoke about the ANC's plan when the ANC was in charge. I was in high school then. I can't hardly remember because we struggled to walk to school. But what I do know is that there was just under 5 million people living in the city of Cape Town at that time, and the ANC still struggled. We have more people living in this province, and we are able to do more than the ANC did then. Last year, SAP's senior management sat in this chamber and told us that at an absolute bare minimum, they needed 20,000 members to police the Western Cape. Speaker, currently, our SAPS numbers in the Western Cape stand at more than 3,000 below that, and they continue to fall. Less than 3,000 detectives are left in the Western Cape. And perhaps this is why 62% of serious crimes in the Western Cape go unsolved. 77% of SAPS postings in the Western Cape are understaffed. And those few poor SAPS members who come to work and do their utmost in dangerous situations are drastically and chronically under-equipped and underpaid. No wonder the people of this province are losing trust in SAPS's ability to help them. Least of all, communities on the Cape Flats, who have in some cases become so frustrated with Minister Bheki Cele's circus that they have taken to chasing them out of their communities. Unlike the national government under the ANC, Deputy Speaker, this government also sees crime in more than one dimension. Mahatma Gandhi once said that all crime is a disease and should be treated as such. That is why I am so proud of this government for working not only on the cures of crime, but the prevention too. The department, in conjunction with that of social development, maintains the Chrysalis Academy, which provides magnificent training and education to our youth, allowing them to return to their communities to act as positive role models and forces of change. There's also a reason that the committee in which I chair also considers the realm of cultural affairs and sports as one element, because they run after school programs to provide a positive environment for at-risk youth, thus interrupting the flow of recruits to gangs. Another critical ingredient for the inferno of violence this government is stomping out. As we consider this budget at the end of this term, it is also worth asking ourselves, what will be said about us 5 years into the future? Will future parliamentarians look back with the judgment of hindsight and conclude that we all did what we could to bring the meager resources that this government receives from national government to bear on criminals in a meaningful and forceful manner? And how have we helped those victims? Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to say that this budget sets the stage to continue the fine work of this government in fighting crime and criminality. This budget sees LEAP to remain fully funded to the tune of more than 350 million. 9,935,000 rand will be transferred to local municipality for more rural safety units, while a further 11.3 million will go to the K9 units. 25 million will be allocated to the construction of LEAP centers, something which will become increasingly important as SAPS continues to collapse and LEAP increasingly begins to take its place in the minds and in the hearts of the community we serve. Increasingly, Speaker, the choice between the DA and the ANC is progressively simple. LEAP or SAPS, jobs or unemployment, growth or recession, success or failure, life or death. One thing that every party in this House can agree on is that these elections coming up are the most important in 3 decades. We cannot continue as we are. What happens over the next 5 years is up to the voter. It is up to me, it is up to you, to every single South African voter, watching this debate today, there will be 56 parties on the national ballot this year. But what all of us must understand is that the choice before us is a binary one. Through you, Honorable Speaker, I want to address what Honorable Kasim said. The Western Cape DA takes Mfuleni very seriously. That's why they've allocated me as the constituency head for Mfuleni. The Western Cape DA takes Nyanga very seriously. That's why they've made me the PR councillor for Ward 39 in Nyanga. And before that, the PR councillor for Ward 13 in Delft. I want to echo through you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the thanks of Member Ayanda Barnes to the Provincial Commissioner of Police in the Western Cape. And I also want to thank all the men and women in blue, all the men and women across the province, police officers sitting, protecting us in this chamber, and police officers and LEAP officers, law enforcement officers who put their lives on the line every day, all of those good officers from warrant officer to Major General for all their hard work. Specifically, I want to thank the officers who are scientists at the Forensic Science Lab in Plattekloof, dedicated officers working hard to test all the illegal firearms that LEAP takes off the streets, dedicated officers who test all the specimens that come from crime scenes, and those who work under extremely difficult circumstances in terms of health and safety in the workplace, where the air conditioners sometimes don't work for weeks at a time. It is unfair, but they work hard. But unfortunately, they are controlled by senior police in Pretoria who has no idea of what's happening on the ground. And the poor provincial commissioner has his hands tied because he can only approve finances up to 50,000. And I pity that decision. Speaker, these men and women in blue work in some of the most appalling conditions, very similarly to the conditions we've seen at the police station that we visited in this term. In addition to thanking the Provincial Commissioner and all the men in blue in the Western Cape, I want to thank the National Police Commissioner, Lieutenant General Fani Mosamole, for personally flying down with his entire senior management team to address the Standing Committee on Police Oversight and Community Safety on not just the status of police station, but updating us on the spate of kidnappings in our province and extortion in our province. And I should mention that as a caveat, since I've been the chairperson of this portfolio, the Provincial Commissioner has never himself come to our committee. He's always only sent capable men and women, but we would have loved to see him as well. On a personal note, Deputy Speaker, as we end the term, there are some people I wish to thank. Those of us present this morning during the vote on Cultural Affairs and Sport would have heard some of my acknowledgements there, and specifically the vital aspect that I placed on that portfolio and how it develops our communities. I want to extend a personal thank you to my mom, Ms. Petula Goodall, my rock and sound guide of support, who sometimes very late at night, like last night, called me all the way from Saldanha to give me an update on the politicking around little Jocelyn's case and to tell me how hard the community is working in Saldanha to locate little Jocelyn. Thank you, Mom. I want to thank my predecessor, friend and colleague, Minister Regan Allen, his staff, led by the capable HOD, Advocate Yashina Pillay, and all of the members of DOCS, singling out specifically the men and women who provide security services, sometimes at frontline in our buildings. Thank you for your hard work. Whatever our viewpoints in this House on the policies that this department implement, few can deny the passion and heart that this entire department brings to their work. And for that, I thank you all. I would also like to again thank Mr. Wasim Matthews, whose hard work as a procedural officer on this portfolio has been second to none. His knowledge of the SAPS rank system and his penchant for diplomatic language has stood us in great stead. Thank you to the committee services team led by Mr. Mario Sassman and Mr. Ben Daza, two colleagues who always look so calm in the face of a storm, whether it's a procurement storm, trying to get buses approved and trying to get members to venues. A special thank you to my very first procedural officer, Ms. Nomonde Jamtre, for showing me the ropes and making sure I hang on to those ropes in a procedural way, especially in times when we've been tested in this committee. Thank you to Ms. Mary Ann Burgess for ensuring that this committee is ably assisted. Thank you also to the WCPP legal team led by Advocate Andre Leroux, and a very special thanks to Mr. Romeo Marsdorp for his commitment to ensuring that the committee understands the legal prescripts that guide our important work, even though sometimes we've been advised to act within the parameters of our operations, and Minister Allen and I have gone and said we will act with audacity to ensure that we develop the best laws for the people of the Western Cape, because innovation in lawmaking is key. I would like to thank my personal staff and particularly my secretary, Ms. Stephanie Thorpe, who has been instrumental in helping me head not just into committee meetings prepared, but importantly, keeping me on time for schedules and meetings. A special thank you to the entire DA Western Cape media team, a team ably led by Ms. Marshley Fredericks. Thank you to Mr. Ryan Hand, my talented young researcher with a firm grasp on the challenges of the community safety portfolio. And thank you, Ryan, for understanding that crime is a disease and that it must be treated as one, with solutions from all over the world. Mr. Hand understands that to be excellent, we have to be open-minded and innovative. Thank you, members of this House, to the Cabinet, led by the Premier, for your collegiality and the spirited debate that lasted over the 5 years, whether in this House or in our committee, because believe it or not, the Community Safety Committee called the Premier a few times to talk about the safety plan. And I hope that before 2029, members opposite me will read the safety plan, please. While my thanks to my own party caucus on this side goes without saying, I would also like to thank our fine members opposite. We have put an admirable effort into the role that we play, holding this government to account. I look forward to seeing you continue your work in opposition after the next election year. This House has seen much disagreement and even discord at times. But I'd like to think that the motions, debates, policies, and many, many points of order we have debated in this House have ultimately been in the service of a common goal of making the Western Cape a better place. It has been my honor to be part of that. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I support this vote. And for the final time, I thank you. Nkosi kakhulu, baie dankie.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bosman. I recognize the Honorable Minister, Minister Allen.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I was listening attentively together with dealing with a particular matter with Member Syed, because we would never want news that there's been certain shootings in our area and in our communities. So we are attending to that particular one, but it does seem that it's a positive matter. I have one page. I will be as brief as possible, and I will trust that the speaker can even stop me in 5 minutes. So let me do this. Prioritizing. When I hear the word that we are not prioritizing, we are actually also making solid recommendations to national SAPs. When we see that more money and more funding is allocated to VIP protection services as opposed to the hawks, it's deeply concerning. So we take prioritizing extremely serious here within our province. Speaker, I will be the very first MEC that on the 15th of April that will actually be co-signing the CPF Constitution. The very first MEC that will literally sign and co-sign that particular constitution. We have had numerous engagements. We have had our legal opinion from the Department of the Premier, and we can confirm that our work and our engagements with the CPF is always ongoing. I would want to dispel the rumors around the funding towards neighborhood watches and CPFs. It is totally misplaced when we consider that we have 151 CPFs for new members. It's only because we have 151 police stations, but we have hundreds of neighborhood watches, almost triple the amount of CPF. So I would want to dispel that particular argument. In terms of the LEAP officers, I would want to dispel that again. We have indicated in this house that we believe in excellence. We believe in fit for purpose. So whenever any particular officer, and this is our stand with the South African Police Service as well, if an officer fails to meet the requirements that is inherent to perform a certain function, if the person does not qualify, we cannot place that person at risk. We cannot place that person in an area like Nova Park or in Mitchell's Plain, because that person will be at risk because he or she did not meet the requirements in terms of firearm competency, in terms of driving license, in terms of fitness. So we are doing it to protect the relevant officer that is wanting to become a LEAP officer. And there was nothing untoward. It's ultimately that the job requirement specify that there is a contract obligation that needs to be met by the LEAP officer. On the new recruits, I'm delighted to hear that member Barnes said that you won't be surprised if we have trained more than 10,000 LEAP officers, which is testimony that we are always pushing above our weight and that we are always doing amazing things, that it's often sound unbelievable to members of this house to actually believe. So thank you, Member Barnes, but I can confirm that's not the amount. But thank you for giving us that confidence that you think that we would be training over 10,000 LEAP officers within a period of 3.5 years. The areas are currently at 14 and not at 13 because the Premier wants us to be agile. He wants us to be data-led, and we might have a conversation because the data says that we might have to reduce it. And we will be bold enough to make those decisions because crime is complex. We are needing to be agile. We are needing to be one step ahead of gangsters. So that particular number of priority areas might even be reduced or it might even be increased. But we will take the public and take this house into our confidence. But I can confirm it is not 13 at the moment. It's currently 14. The HOD adequately in the standing committee explained why the shift happened. The HOD, myself, and the Premier had detailed conversations, and she took the standing committee into her confidence. So I wouldn't want to discuss that again. When I hear shot spotter, I would want to speak slowly here, Speaker.
Order.
I would want to speak slowly here. Shot spotter for December to April for Nova Park and Manenberg, because of shot spotter, 21 firearms, 288 arrests in the area of a Nova Park, directly linked to shot spotter where there was an activation, and the activation led to that arrest. 21 firearms, 288 rounds of ammunition. For Manenberg, it was 11 firearms, 101 rounds of ammunition, and 16 arrests. Directly linked because shot spotter would be an early warning. It's a technology, it's a tool of trade that can be used to bolster policing. It's not a silver bullet, it's a tool to bolster communities. And I can even take the member back. The member will have a little bit of trouble in speaking to her national counterparts because on the 2nd of June, and a quick Google search will confirm this. The 2nd of June 2023, the National Minister went on record that the South African Police Service at the national level is at an advanced stage in terms of procuring gunshot detection technology. And here we hear the ANC in the Western Cape is saying that this particular technology is ineffective and every piece of evidence is showing that it does not work. But here the national government is on record to say that they are at an advanced stage. But we know it's now almost a year that advanced stage still didn't materialize. So that's another story. So it is That's on Member Barnes now. So in the last 2 minutes, Member Kasim, thank you so much. Member Kasim, I do feel, I did feel the stuff that you have said. I again calculated that for the 3 minutes that was allocated to the EFF, if it's 120 minutes per, if it's 120 words per minute for 3 minutes, that's roughly 360 words. Sadly, it was 360 words that didn't contribute, because I heard that LEAP did not yield any results. And just minutes before, I've clearly indicated that there was 564 illegal firearms taken off our streets, and one firearm contribute towards potentially killing 12 people. And to then hear a member of this house to say that the safety plan not yielded any results. It's part of that particular 210,000 words that should never have been spewed in this particular chamber. That's all I want to say in that regard. In terms of Member Little, I would be more than happy to have a conversation with you, because we have been very clear, and the Premier have been very clear, that we are needing to ensure that our LEAP officers are in our priority areas at a certain time. They undertake certain operations, and I can confirm they do not do evictions. They do not do evictions. If you have information on a license plate, on a LEAP officer's name, tag of a LEAP officer that have done evictions, please send that to me, and we will make sure that we look into it. This is a question that I've asked previously, because this particular rumor is being shared widely, and I wouldn't want it to become a rumor, because an honorable member will understand that if they have information of concern, if that is sent to my office, I will make sure that the officials actually look into it, because the LEAP officers don't do that. They do other particular matters that leads towards safer communities. The
I will do
integrated
so,
crime
Speaker.
strategy. So it definitely, thank you so much, member, so that we can look into it. In terms of the integrated crime strategy, we actually have that integrated crime strategy. And I'm again wanting to echo on shot spotter, on the gunshot technology. It's a tool that we use. We use evidence, we use systems to ensure that we can ultimately move forward. But the one way, Speaker, is to ensure that we actually have the resources, that we actually have a crime intelligence-led South African Police Service that can curb crime. So that is all I want to echo at this particular time. But thank you so much for the input, and member Christians. It is highly appreciated. But it was the father of the house that said 3 hours ago, and I did a quick search now. En hy het gesê, is net die Here wat hom tot hier gedra het. And as the member that is the most senior and probably the most experienced, ek wil sê baie dankie, because I've learned from so many people here, maar is net die Here wat ons tot hier gedra het. En die psalmdigter sê, wat sal ek die Here vergeld? Ja, vir al sy weldade. So premier, baie dankie. Is 'n groot eer om te kan dien, en om te kan help, because that's what we want to do. So thank you also, member Nkondlo, for all that you do. I can speak for another 5 minutes, because ek het opgegroei met 'n spraakprobleem. But if you stop, I will stop. Are you ready to stop? So thank you so much, Premier, and to each and every one. Thank you. I respect you so much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, honourable members. That concludes the debate on this vote. The House will now suspend for a couple of seconds to allow the guest of Minister Allen to leave the officials' bay. Order, members. Order. The Secretary will read the 7th order of the day.
Consideration of votes on schedule of the Western Cape Appropriation Bill.
Honourable members, I have to announce that there are currently 35 honourable members present and entitled to vote, and the House is therefore quorate. Parties now have an opportunity to make a declaration covering all the votes. I will now afford parties an opportunity to make a declaration if they so wish. I recognise the ANC. No declaration. I recognise the EFF. Order, members, honourable members, we are busy with the process. I recognise the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. The EFF does not support any of the budget votes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognise Good. I recognise Good. I recognise the ACDP.
Declaration, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I recognise the Freedom Front Plus.
The Freedom Front Plus support the bill in its entirety.
Thank you very much. I recognise Al Jamaa. I now recognise the Democratic Alliance.
Speaker, the Western Cape Appropriation Bill is geared towards building a better future for all residents of this province. It's a continuous focus on protecting education, health, and social development from national government budget cuts. It's especially important for poorer communities who depend on these services the most. This budget is being tabled in an extremely challenging economic and fiscal environment driven by the reckless agreement of an unaffordable public wage increase by national government. Over the MTEF, 75% of the provincial budget will be spent on services and infrastructure that benefit our most vulnerable residents. This comes amidst another round of national government cuts equaling to 6.36 billion reduction to the provincial budget over the MTEF, with 1.1 billion rand being cut from conditional grants to the Western Cape over the same period. These past 2 days, we've heard in almost every single vote how budgets must increase from the opposition, but no member has come to indicate from which budget that money must be taken or where that funding will come from. But I expect no less from people who have led us into a situation where we now have to sell off our gold in order to pay for the country's debt. The DA knows the value of people's money and it will be spent on the people. Speaker, I want to use the rest of my time just to thank again Ms. Kamish Ahmad, our procedural officer, and a senior procedural officer, Ms. Lizette Klutter. Your assistance on the committee and help has ensured that we really moved mountains on matters such as division of revenue legislation. Further, I would like to thank the members on the committee, members Murray, America, and Vimbi Brankes. I also want to thank previous members, now Minister Mackenzie, and also what I call our permanent alternates, Member Nkondlo. Your input on the committee is truly wonderful, and I really enjoy how robust the committee has been over the years. I further want to just thank previous Minister Mainey on this portfolio, as well as current Minister Wenger. You've always been open to innovation and ideas on how we can make sure that the people's money is always spent on the people. To the Premier's office official, Ms. Ishmael, for some of the best monitoring and evaluation reporting I've ever seen in my life, and we will soon become Dr. Ishmael. To previous HOD Savage and HOD Cantana, as well as the Treasury officials, and I want to sing out Ms. Spick as well. Your expertise and honesty has assisted this committee in ensuring proper oversight over finances in this province. I want to thank this committee because the Budget Committee is the first in the country to use WhatsApp as a means of public participation. And this Western Cape Provincial Parliament can clap hands because this is now in every single committee. We have also had groundbreaking work on money bills, and I can honestly say that the DA is committed to well-drafted legislation. And because of this work, we now have wonderful relationships with institutions like the National Treasury, the FFC, the Children's Commissioner, that even with their children make inputs on the budget now, as well as even SARS. And I want to just conclude by indicating, Speaker, the DA supports this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's also the end of the 3 minutes. Honourable members, that concludes the declarations on the consideration of the votes and the schedule of the bill. Are there any objections to the votes 1 to 14 and the schedule of the Western Cape Appropriation Bill?
Chair.
There is an objection. I'm now going to put the question to the House that those in favor of the votes and the schedules of the Western Cape Appropriation Bill being adopted, please say yes. Those not in favor of the votes and the schedule of the Western Cape Appropriation Bill being adopted, please say no.
No.
I think the ayes have it. The votes and the schedule of the Western Cape Appropriation Bill has therefore been adopted. The Secretary will read the 8th order of the day.
Finalization of the Western Cape Appropriation Bill, including the clauses and the short title.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance, Minister Wenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that this Western Cape Appropriation Bill to keep building a Western Cape that works for all be finalised.
Thank you very much. There being no list of speakers, are there any objections to the bill, the clauses, and the short title being finalised? There is an objection, and I have to announce that there are currently 35 members present and entitled to vote, and the House is therefore quorate. Those in favour of the bill, the clauses, and the short title being finalised, please say yes. Those not in favour of the bill, the clauses, and the short title being finalised, please say no.
No.
I think the ayes have it. The finalisation, including clauses and the short title of the Western Cape Appropriation Bill B1 of 2024 are therefore approved. The Secretary will read the bill.
Western Cape Appropriation Bill.
The bill will be sent to the Premier for assent. The Secretary will read the 9th order of the day.
Consideration of report of the Committee on Public Accounts, having considered as part of its oversight role the 2022-23 annual reports of the 13 departments of the Western Cape government, including their entities.
I have been informed by the Chief Whip that the Programming Authority resolved that there would be no list of speakers, and the parties who wish to do a declaration will be afforded an opportunity to do so on the report for a maximum of 3 minutes, if they so desire. I will now afford political parties an opportunity to make the declaration. I recognize the ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and to all other members in the House. While I speak on behalf of the ANC, but I also speak as the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. The report itself has been circulated to everybody and it was self-explanatory. The report is a reflection of the work of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. It is a culmination of the interaction of the Standing Committee with the departments, various departments of the province, as well as its entities. 13 departments in total, as well as 11 entities, together with their audit committees. It was a very robust and a healthy interaction characterized by frank and open discussion. This report is therefore a product of that robust discussions. I would also like to make use of the opportunity to thank all the departments and their entities led by their ministers, by their HODs, as well as the entities led by their CEOs of the various entities, as well as the chairperson of the audit committees for their cooperation, as well as their attendance during these sessions, and as well as their contributions during this interaction of this section. And of course, I would like to thank the members of the committees, permanent members, as well as alternate members, even those that we are calling them permanent alternates. In particular, the members of the committee, Honorable Maseko, Honorable America, Honorable Sileku, as well as our permanent alternate, Honorable Nkondlo. Thank you. Thank you very much for the support, as well as the former member, Honorable Mackenzie, as well. There was one thing with that committee. Once a member of that committee, you were always a member of the committee. No, also Honorable Bartman as well was one of those who was always very active in the contribution. So one thing we were always united about in that committee, Honorable Speaker, that when it comes to accountability, we had a way of not playing politics. We're always successful in keeping politics out of accountability. And we're always unanimous, even in taking decisions. And I think even if when it comes to vote, I think there was maybe once or twice that we voted. So that is the spirit in which we're actually taking accountability serious. Last but not the least, Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the staff of the committee, in particular the Senior Procedural Officer, Miss Lizette Klute, as well as the Procedural Officer, Mr. Dustin Davis, who was actually the full-time Procedural Officer, was always available to work very hard and diligently, and also professionally so. And I've always been intrigued into the manner how professional he was. But also I learned that he was doing all that because he has 2 masters in public finance, as well as actually a master's in law. And I think that what has actually been able to keep that committee, and it has been actually the experience of 13 years in that, but also not ignoring the work of the person who's always been keeping record, Miss Nomfundo Masopela. They have been actually the engine that has been actually driving that committee, and that's why the committee has always been very successful in expedition of its work. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mvimbi. Members, you will note that it was longer than 3 minutes, and I've deliberately allowed that because I think thank yous are important. I recognize the EFF. The EFF. Good.
Thank you, Speaker. While the Premier and the Minister have spent their allotted time praising themselves and this administration for all their successes, I would like to spend my allotted time reminding the Premier and the Ministers on why it is a near impossible task to trust what had been presented to us over the past few days to vote on. After 5 years of this administration, the Western Cape is still categorized by asset and income inequality and spatial segregation that perpetuates a tale of 2 provinces. The 16% white demographic still enjoys the lion's share of the Western Cape's 654 billion gross domestic product. This DA-led Western Cape Treasury still confirms that it is not implementing 30% a target procurement policy, which is designed to channel public procurement opportunities to historically at disadvantaged groups such as Africans, Coloureds and Indians, women, youth, people with disabilities. Out of the 45 positions in the senior to top management positions in the Western Cape Education Department, only 4 are held by Africans. The DAs Michael Cardo and John de Villiers publicly opposed the 9.7% increment for a minimum wage for low-earning workers such as farm workers and domestic workers. The Western Cape Provincial Department of Human Settlements incurred the highest irregular expenditure of an astronomical 171 million and its under-expenditure of conditional grants exceeding 215 million in the 22-20.
Honorable Little. My apologies for interrupting you. I'm just calling you on relevance to the report that is in front of the House for declaration.
This is my declaration, Mr. Speaker.
The declaration needs to be directly linked to the report that the House will, after this declaration, vote on. I'm just
May I
cautioning you.
continue?
I will allow you to continue. I'm cautioning you, and if you if you can bring it back to the report, please.
Thank you, sir. The Premier and the predecessor wasted 5 million rand of taxpayers' money on fighting the Tafelberg school case, a site earmarked for social housing in Sea Point. We still do not have clarity on the 700 million spent by the Education Department during COVID and why the MEC left in such a hurry. Unfortunately, the time allotted does not allow me to list all the failures of this administration. It is these failures that make many others that lend credibility to the often.
Honourable Little, there's a point of order in the House. I recognise the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I again raise the issue of relevance, considering this is declaration in respect of the SCOPA report before the House.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member, this is the second caution. The report in front of the House is the SCOPA report for all the 13 entities. So I'm cautioning you, otherwise I will unfortunately have to move on to the next declaration.
That's fine, Speaker. Thank you. This Parliament in its current state being manipulated from within with suggestions of increased membership, devolution and secession in order to suit specific agendas.
Thank you very much, Honourable
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable Little, thank you very much. I will move on to the ACDP.
Declaration.
I recognise the Freedom Front Plus.
I can just say, on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus, I believe much has been done with very little. It proves, this report proves that you can speak a lot of words, and like in Hamlet's reply to Polonius, when Polonius asked him, "What did you read?" He said, "Words, words, words, meaning meaningless." So what I've heard now was meaningless, and that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognise order, members. Order. Order. I recognise Al-Jamar. I recognise the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. No declaration on this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognise the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to support the report and also thank our chairperson, Honourable Member Mvimbi, that has been the captain. And I'm again being fortunate to serve the second term in the SCOPA. We started with the Honourable Member from the ACDP, and because of we believe in transparency, then we gave the ANC also to come and look at what is it that we are doing from the departments as a DA government. And I agree with Honourable Member that one of the committees that we have never politicized, it has been about the value for money for the communities of Western Cape. And we diligently so have done our oversight role when we interrogate the annual reports, and we made sure that where there needs to be the changes, we will communicate with the departments to do that. And it has been such an honor to serve with Honourable Mvimbi and my honourable favorite chairperson of Mobility, Member America, and Member Seleku that joined us later. And who was the other permanent member of, and Honourable Member Kayla Mary also. So it has been really an honor. But I want to highlight something in the department, in this government, that Western Cape is the only province where when we deal with the annual reports, we interrogate every entity and the departments. In this country, there's no government that is open to be scrutinized with their annual reports. The other provinces have been trying very hard to come to the Western Cape to come and see our cycle. How do we go about in interrogating our annual report? And how do we go about to make sure that we do due diligence when coming to the oversight roles? And it's quite commendable that I think the new term when it starts is going to be, and it's not from the DA members only, it's also where the provinces are run by the ANC. The unfortunate part that I can mention today is we've got the South African public accounts where also they had difficulty in making sure that they've got their annual reports. And it's one thing that for the new term members, they can, or SCOPA have to look into that because as Speaker, you pay the affiliation fee in that organization that we have to make sure they do diligence also country-wise. If we have to make a difference in the country, SCOPA will be, that organization will be the one that we can use to teach other colleagues in other public accounts committees to look at their governments. That being said, thank you very much, Speaker and members. Thank you very much for being staying in your jobs and really for all the departments for clean audits. You know, when you tell people that they did good in something that they're doing all the time, it's like there's nothing, but we appreciate every contribution that they do within the government. And Member Mbimbi, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honourable members. Honourable members, I have to announce that there are currently 35 honourable members present and entitled to vote, and the House is therefore quorate. The question put before the House is that the report of the Committee on Public Accounts be adopted. Are there any objections to the report being adopted? No objections. Agreed to. The report of the Committee on Public Accounts has therefore been adopted. Honourable members, we are reaching the end of the sitting, and I will now afford representatives of parties an opportunity to address the House on the occasion of the end of the parliamentary term. But before I do that for the political parties, I think it's only right that I allow the Deputy Speaker to do her farewell and last comments to the House. So Deputy Speaker, I'm going to ask you to do it from the chair.
Thank you very much, Speaker. It's a great privilege to be able to stand here today. You told me not to be. Thanks. After a decade of committed and passionate service in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, the time has come for me to step aside and venture into a new and exciting journey in my life. Reflecting on these last 10 years has brought a kaleidoscope of emotions. Proud of our collective achievements, gratitude for the camaraderie, grateful for the challenges that have spurred my own personal growth, and a sense of fulfillment from the impact that we've collectively made. Today, I invoke the spirit, Speaker, of dropping the mic as I leave this esteemed House. The foundation of Parliament is sturdy, our accomplishments are vast, and our vision for South Africa is clear. But before I depart, please allow me the opportunity to thank the Speaker for your wonderful leadership, your friendship that I've really been privileged to serve under. It's a fantastic privilege to have had you as Speaker. To my PA, Shamla, and to Etienne and Anthony for an incredible working relationship. We are like family, and we have been family for the past 6 years. Honourable members, we have set the stage for enduring progress, and as I pass the torch, I'm confident in the continued prosperity and innovation of this Western Cape Provincial Parliament, which will define our collective future and set the course for a better Western Cape for all. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I now recognise the ANC.
Honourable Speaker, honourable member, and
Order members.
honourable members, and our distinguished guests that are in the gallery, staff members as well. As we approach the end of this particular term in the Western Cape Provincial Legislature, it's a moment for reflection, celebration, and yes, a bit of friendly banter. We've weathered the storms, navigated the political currents, and stood firm in our commitment to serving the people of this beautiful province. We lost two members of this House in tragic circumstances. The memory of Honourable Morentia Gillian, a delegate to the NCOP, and the Honourable Botha, our former chairperson of the Education Standing Committee, with whom we served, as well as the chief whip of the majority party. We will never forget your contributions. But as we bid adieu to this term, we cannot help but cast our gaze towards the horizon, where on the 29th of May 2024, South Africa will once again engage in the democratic process through national and provincial elections. It's a time for citizens to exercise their sacred right to vote. As the African National Congress, we urge everyone to cast their votes and to make their voices heard, regardless of whom they vote for. We should also realize that democracy can never just be about a vote every 5 years. We need active citizens and accountability, irrespective of who is in government. We all know the importance of service delivery, the lifeblood of any functioning democracy. And while we may engage in spirited debates and disagreements, let us not forget that our primary goal is to uplift the lives of South Africans, irrespective of their political affiliation. We need to be always guided by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. It provides a clear basis for unity in diversity, respect for human rights, and the imperative of redress and transformation to address the unfair discrimination suffered by the majority of South Africans. Let us act in both word and deed to ensure a free and fair election. It is a matter of pride that the Independent Electoral Commission has been able to conduct free and fair elections since 1994. May these elections, regardless of the result, unite us and not further divide our society. It is critical that we accept the democratic outcomes of the 2024 elections. We must ensure that access to voting stations and the experience of voting must be smooth in every voting station. Special attention must be paid to informal settlements and our rural communities where the infrastructure is of a poor quality. Let's agree on one thing, colleagues. We don't need any foreign power to ensure that our elections are free and fair. We have confidence in the Chapter 9 institutions that have been established. Here in the Western Cape, we have faced various challenges, but we've also seen progress. And while we may have our differences with our colleagues across the floor, let us take a moment to appreciate the collegial and cordial way we've conducted our business as a collective most of the time. From robust debates to oversight visits, we've shown that despite our political differences, our love for this province and country unites us. So as we embark on the next chapter of our democratic journey, let us do so with a sense of optimism, unity, and purpose. This has been a time of uncertainty for public representatives. Party processes about lists, are never easy. It is not easy for anyone to come to terms with a place on a list which you believe does not do justice to your own value and contribution. My advice is to keep your own sense of self-worth and confidence in your abilities. Sometimes life hands you difficult cards to play. Such occasions also provide an important moment for one to reflect, consider, and work out what is important in life. Let us continue to serve the people of the Western Cape and South Africa with diligence, integrity, and above all, commitment to making a positive difference in their lives. In closing, on behalf of the African National Congress, I extend my heartfelt thanks to each one of you for your dedication, passion, and unwavering commitment to our shared vision of a better, brighter future for all. Thank you to the staff of the African National Congress Caucus. Thank you to the legislature staff who supported us as members of the provincial legislature. Thank you, and may the spirit of democracy guide us all in the days and years ahead. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Said. I recognize the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the sixth Parliament could not have ended soon enough. Last night, the EFF hosted a mass street iftar in Mitchell's Plain. It was a stark reminder of what is at stake in this election. Our people are hungry and unemployed here in the Western Cape, and our poor African and coloured communities are rife with the social ills of crime, gangsterism, and drugs. Speaker, on the 29th of May 2024, our people will have the opportunity to cast their vote for a humane government. A government that will no longer allow the people of the Western Cape to live like refugees in the land of our forefathers. The incoming EFF government will restore the dignity of our African and coloured people through the expropriation of land without compensation. Farm workers in Paarl, Worcester, and Ceres in the Cape Winelands region will experience the fruits of their labour when they return the land to its rightful owners. Speaker, we will revive the once thriving clothing and textile industries of Cape Town, where every family once had a member that was employed in this lucrative industry. This time, the patterns of ownership will be different as the EFF government intends supporting the CMT entrepreneurs. Speaker, we will revive our fishing communities like Paternoster in Saldanha and Houtbay, among others, when the EFF government ensures that our traditional and indigenous subsistence and small-scale fishers are guaranteed access to the ocean. We will provide them with the resources to process, store, and market their own products. Through the EFF's provincial construction companies, we will deliver decent housing and sanitation, build enough schools, hospitals, decent human settlements, and construct and maintain bulk infrastructure. We won't have any need to outsource government's responsibility, and in this way, will absorb our employment artisans. Only the EFF is serious about eradicating crime in all communities and not just on the Atlantic seaboard. We will ensure that our police services are respected and the criminals quiver at the sight of SAPS. Community safety is such a joke to the DA that they appointed a former comedian as the MEC for community safety and police oversight. Speaker, we are the only party with a workable plan to end unnecessary load shedding, because we will eradicate the corruption at Eskom and ensure all coal power stations are serviced and running efficiently. We wish the outgoing Premier Alan Wendy well in his future endeavours. We call on the people across the Western Cape to go out in their numbers to vote for land and jobs and to stop load shedding now. And lastly, to vote for the EFF. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kasim. I recognize Good. I recognize the ACDP.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, for the past 5 years, it's been my privilege to serve as a member of this House. During this term, the House experienced lively debates that reflected our commitment to improve the lives of the people we serve. The House was at times subjected to humor and lighter moments. At times we agreed, albeit reluctantly, while at times the sparks would fly. I've worked with members who are no longer here and others who have passed to the higher service. I thank every member and every party for the years that has come and has gone. We have crossed verbal swords, yet, despite this, We have remained friends and acquaintances. It has been my singular honor to serve and seek solutions for the challenges we face. As the ACTP, we want to thank Premier Alan Winde, the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, the ministers, the leader of the official opposition, members of this House that work tirelessly to make this province a better place. May the triune God, God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit be your portion and guide us as we continue to pursue the best interests of the people we serve. May we grow in grace and in the knowledge of our Lord Jesus Christ and our Savior. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Christians. I recognize the Freedom Front Plus.
Speaker, dit is altyd met 'n mate van weemoed dat jy kollegas van 5 jaar soms moet groet. Algemene verkiesings breek noue verbintenisse en self vriendskappe wat ontwikkel het tussen mense. Daarom wil ek aan elkeen aan beide kante van hierdie huis sê, welgedaan. Julle het die wedloop voltooi na 'n termyn van 5 jaar. Het was 'n voorreg wat miljoene mense daar buite nooit sal hê nie. Ek het hierdie einste parlement waar ek nou sit vir die eerste keer in 1992 het ek hier gesit. Die Evide Klerk wat my in 1992 by die huis gebel het en gesê het, hy wil my uit die presidentsraad uit hê, want hy soek my as die LDR vir die Kaap-provinsie. Het my verbaas, maar ek het aanvaar as nasionale partylid en ek was LDR vir paaie en werke onder Kobus Meyering wat toe nog die administrateur was, hy was nie 'n premier nie, hy was die administreer en hy was ook nie 'n Wes-Kaapie, was 'n Kaap-provinsie. Die Wes-Kaap is maar nog 'n jong luitjie, hy is eers in 1994 gedoop. Dan was ek ook LDR in hierdie huis vir gesondheid, daarna plaaslike bestuur, en een van my groot oomblikke was, toe ek die voorreg gehad het om al 30 munisipaliteite in die Wes-Kaap se grense te bepaal. Dit het gelei, soos u almal weet, dat die ANC my hof toe vat en Mandela 'n hastige wet wou geteken het om my van my magte te beroof, premier. Ek het hom hof toe gevat en die saak gewen teen Mandela en agterna het hy my 'n brief geskryf, "You're a very competent and forthright colleague." Vriende, ek het uitgetree in 2004, nadat ek premier geword het, ook burgemeester van Kaapstad, en ek het uitgetree die aktiewe politiek uit, en ek het 15 jaar lekker by die huis gesit, totdat die Vryheidsfront my gevra het, kom help. En die politieke dier wat ek is, I always did it my way. Ek klim toe in die kuil van Afrikanerdom, en ek sê, nes ek die NNP verander het van binne af in die presidentsraad, gaan ek julle ook kry om te sê, 'n Afrikaner is nie 'n wit man wat Afrikaans praat nie, ek gaan aansluit. En hier staan ek. En ek wil sê vir die premier van hierdie provinsie, jy het 'n majestueuse taak op jou skouers. Jy het sover baie goed gedoen. Daar is nie sprake eintlik van geen energie het nie, of nuwe inisiatiewe nie. You thought out of the box. You came with ideas. What I appreciated about this premier, he is open to persuasion. He's open to adopt new methodologies, new methods of solving problems. Ek wil ook sê, U het 'n span ministers en sweepry aangestel wat my beïndruk het, premier, met hul energie en hulle ywer wat hulle aan die dag gelê het. Ek wil u gelukwens met die keuses van uw kabinet. Dit is geloofwaardig. Ek wil my dank aan lede van albei kante van hierdie huis uitspreek, dat hulle dit goed gedink het om vir my erkenning te gee, dat ek hierdie hoekie kan opsit en sê ek is nou die vader van die huis. En dit was 'n eer wat my aangedoen is, en ek sê vir albei, almal, ACDP, ANC, EFF, wil ek sê baie dankie. Julle het my daai eer aangedoen het. Maar daar is ook negatiewe goed gewees. Ek het niks gehoor van interessante debatte nie. Nee, hier het ek meer gehoor point of orders as points that made sense. Ek wil die een opmerking maak. This government success and the way they are being governed is dependent because they have one of the most fantastic civil servants that works for this government in the Western Cape. I think they deserve applause. Dit was uiters frustrerend soms en hartseer om te luister na gedurende geraas, onderbrekings, wanorde, onnodige punte van ordes, minagting van die reëls. En ek wil net, as ek nie weer terugkom in die politiek nie, en ek hoop nie ek kom terug nie, maar as ek iets kan sê is, versterk die reëls en gee aan die speaker meer magte om hierdie mense wat hierdie
Order members.
Om hulle, as hulle nie kan optree soos Said nie, en dinge sê wat sin maak nie, dan gaan die publiek hulle vertroue in hierdie huis verloor. Vriende,
Order members. Honorable members. Honorable members. This is honorable members. This is an opportunity for political parties to make their contributions to the end of this parliamentary term. Whether you like it or not from the contributions being made, please allow the honorable members to do so in a dignified way so that we can exit this chamber with dignity.
Speaker,
Honorable Marie.
Premier, die Suid-Afrika se waterkrisis gaan net vererger. En daar moet planne gemaak word die afgelope 5 jaar as ons wil verhoed dat die Wes-Kaap nie water het nie. Dis 'n groot uitdaging. Premier, Suid-Afrika en Wes-Kaap staan groot ekonomiese probleme in die gesig. Die Botswana pula, gevolg deur Ghana en Marokko se geldeenhede, is al reeds sterker as die Suid-Afrikaanse rand. Ons is 4de op die lys van sterk geldeenhede. Selfs gedurende PV Botha se termyn was die rand R3.61 per dollar. Nou, dis die slegte apartheidregering, maar hy het geweet hoe om die land skeepie te laat vaar. Nou onder die ANC regering, na bevryding, is ons rand R19.92 vir elke dollar. Ons voer goedere uit wat so duur is, want die rand is nutteloos, hy's niks werd nie.
Order, Honorable Marie. Honorable Marie, I've given a lot of latitude. Order members. Honorable members.
At least they woke up now.
I have allowed honorable members. Order members. Order. I've allowed a lot of latitude because the intention of this segment in the proceedings is to allow a reflection and a thank you, and using this opportunity to exit with dignity. Honourable Mayor, can I please ask that you wrap up?
I will. Speaker.
Order.
The people will be asked on the 29th of May, who do you trust? Who can rebuild this country? And I think we have a team in the coalition. There's going to be a strong team. More ideas are going to flow in. People who have different ideas, but still reaching consensus to take this province to new heights. I want to wish everybody in this house well for 29th of May. I hope that most will come back and others not. But I want to end off by saying good luck to everybody who return. If you return, you know people judged you positively. If you don't return, you only got yourself to blame. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Marais. Order. Order. Order, members. I recognize Al-Jamaa. Al-Jamaa. If not, I recognize the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, listening.
Order, members. Order.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Listening to the debate over the last 2 days, you could feel that there's an election coming. But you also noticed in many of the speeches, people were making speeches for the last time in this term. And you could feel the emotion. You could feel that people felt the honor of what it's like to serve the citizens in this very house. Speaker, the time has come that we've got to the end of our term. And we all get elected as members of this provincial parliament. Only after that do we have different positions in the parliament, whether that be the leader of the opposition or a minister or a chief whip or a speaker or a deputy speaker. We all start off here as members of this provincial parliament, as honourable members of this provincial parliament. And it feels like just the other day that we were all standing here, hands raised, swearing allegiance to the Constitution. At that time, 5 years seemed like a long time. But in actual fact, it's gone in a flash. And in that flash, much has happened. We've had robust debates, we've had arguments, but we've also had areas that we've found each other, because at the end of the day, we are all here for one thing, to make sure that this province and this country becomes a better place. That's why we, as public representatives, put our hands up and say, I am prepared to serve. I thought about that flash. I thought about the 2 years that were taken out of those 5 during the pandemic. But it was at that time that it was difficult to be in this world. It was difficult to be in a parliament where we were looked up to as the representatives of the citizens of this province, and we had to play our part in helping our country and our citizens get through that pandemic. I thought about the tough times, but I also thought about the innovation. I thought about this parliament becoming one of the first parliaments, not only in this country, but in this world, to go online, to set up the ad hoc committees, to play our part in getting through that pandemic, in leading change and being innovative. But of course, as the Honourable Saeed said, we lost 2 dear colleagues in this 5-year period. and may they rest in peace. We had changes in portfolios. We had different challenges that came our way, from pandemics to fires to floods. And then, of course, our regular work that we've got to do. And I, for one, am really proud of this Parliament. I'm really proud of what we achieve and have achieved. I think that, and I can't put it better than in actual fact the words of our president. I remember standing with our president outside our national parliament, and I don't know if he really meant to say this, but he said it. He said it when this province responded through our disaster management teams and our firefighters, and he stood there and he said it. He knows that things sometimes don't work in our country, but he's really happy that he's in a place where a city and a province works. And it was the president that said that. And you feel proud about this province and the people that represent the citizens of this province, because they are all gathered here in this house. And so, Speaker, I want to say to you and the Deputy Speaker who lead this Parliament, thank you. I want to say to the Secretary and every single administrator that works in this Parliament, that makes me, and I'm pretty certain every single one of you, so proud. Thank you. I also want to say, as the Honourable Marais said, thank you to every administration individual, man, woman, that works in this government in service of the citizens of this province. All 90,000 of those officials, we thank them as well, because it's only through their work that we manage to serve our citizens. We give direction and we give oversight in this Parliament. But Speaker, 5 years ago, we swore that allegiance, and here we are saying goodbye. Here we are saying thank you. It is the end of this term of government. And so I also want to say to each and every member of this House, thank you. Thank you on behalf of the citizens for what you have done, for the time you have given, the sacrifice that you have made, the time that you've been away from your families. Every single one of you have contributed to make this Parliament, as MPLs, the best Parliament in our country. And I'm so proud of every single one of you. I want to say to those of you who are retiring, you've heard from the Deputy Speaker, there are other members who are retiring. I want to say to you, thank you for your contribution and enjoy your retirement. I know none of you will retire because you're all going to go on to other things. And if you've served citizens in this portfolio or in this house, and you've been a public servant of the citizens, you can't go home and read books or play golf. That definitely won't happen. You will find yourself in an NGO or in some organization. Then, of course, there are members of this house that are not returning. I'm not saying that you are retiring. I'm saying there are members that are not returning. I wish you the very best. When one door closes, another door opens. And I'm sure your learnings here are going to stand you in absolute amazing stead in your next choices in life. Those of you that have put your hand up again and are on a list to get re-elected, thank you. Thank you for saying, I'm going to commit again to serve the citizens of this great province and this great country. And of course, the 29th will tell. And we make jokes in this house as to who will be sitting where after the election. The voters choose, not us. The voters will decide. And after the 29th, those of us that have put our hands up and that are on those lists, those of us that are not in this house and are on the list to serve the citizens and that the citizens elect, we will see you back here, perhaps. But those of you that are re-elected, please bear in mind that we serve the citizens. And if you are re-elected, I want to say now, congratulations, and please take the baton forward. We need to make sure that every single term in office, we hand over the baton, and that the next that come after us take it to a different level. So thank you very much to each and every one of you. Your contributions go out, and election year, and I hope the citizens all make the right choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. Honourable members, I think it would be remiss of me not to say thank you from the chair. So thank you very, very much for your support for the last 13 months. It feels like a lifetime. Thank you very much for the manner in which we could conduct the business of the House in the interest of the citizens. At times and at days, it felt like sheer terror. The previous speaker often reminds me, the Minister of Social Development, that when the terror comes, then just stand firm. So thank you very, very much in the manner in which we could conduct the last 13 months. I wish you all the very best. It would be remiss of me not to single out today, colleagues, my staff in the Office of the Speaker. They are all sitting there. Thank you very, very much for the work that you do, for being there every day, and for serving all the members of this Parliament, and not just a certain political party. Thank you very much for holding the line, because the Office of the Speaker is non-political, and that is something that we worked really hard to achieve. So I trust that we have achieved that and built that trust with all the members in the last 13 months. I also want to thank all the temporary chairpersons that relieved myself and the Deputy Speaker when we were not able to chair. Honourable Maseko, Honourable van der Westhuizen, Honourable Mvimbi, Honourable Baku Force, and Honourable Kasim. Thank you very much for standing in for us and for continuing making sure that Parliament functions and continues to function. It has been indeed a great privilege for me to serve as the Speaker, and it's something that I will cherish in my political career as probably one of the highlights. So thank you very much for the trust that you gave when you casted your vote. And then lastly, Manidi Munsteni, the table staff, bye dankie. And thank you very much, Secretary, for the guidance, especially when I just took the chair and it felt like a daunting task. Thank you very, very much. And then, honourable members, for the last time, that concludes the business of the day. The Secretary will now end the meeting and all members will be exited from the sitting. The House is adjourned.